All right. I'm here. Hello. I think I'm here. All right. I am not doing a YouTube stream today because that seems to have killed my internet. So, no YouTube. YouTube is gone, at least for now. I'm gonna do a few days without YouTube, and then I'm gonna come back, and then I'll do the YouTube video and see if it's actually the issue. My internet sucks. It might just be that my internet has been being bad lately. Maybe because like the heat or something. I don't know how that works. But anyway, hi everybody. I am here. Another wonderful day of painting. That's what I meant to say. I was gonna say another day of wonderful painting. Nope, 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 not that. Not another day of wonderful painting. Another wonderful day of painting. Very important distinction. But yeah, I used Clip Studio Paint last stream, and now I am going to use. What am I gonna use today? Um, Oh no, I used Krita last stream, and that was a fun first time doing that. But now today is back to Clip Studio. I probably will actually, if I remember. I probably won't remember, but if I remember, I will upload this to YouTube as like a VOD. But I don't know how that works. I mean, I do know how that works. It's a tedious as heck, and I don't want to do it, but I might. What do I want to do today though, in terms of painting? I think what I'm gonna do, because it's no secret, been playing some Minecraft lately, and when I'm in a mood like that, I always end up drawing things based on that. But I'm not gonna do that today. What I am gonna do, though, I think, is so one of the things that I always do in Minecraft is like build very naturalistic and use a lot of like the earthy tones. But I've been wanting to use more vibrant colors, so I kind of want to do that, where like I do environments. Let's say I make a mountain hypothetically, right? Let's say there's a mountain back here. Maybe the top of the mountain is like, has red bits in it and, unusual colors. And maybe there's, pinks or purples in there. Like stuff like that, where it's not, the whole thing doesn't have to be vibrant, but just enough to where it's unusual in a landscape. Maybe they're pink trees, or maybe it's maybe around the trees is like a pink, or maybe the base of the mountain has like pink landscape or terrain, but maybe the mountain is still normal. Stuff like that, where I'm injecting color in maybe ways or places that aren't normally there. I think that's gonna be my goal for today. It's just play around. I don't have any references or anything planned. It's just literally exploration, although I may grab references later. But that's pretty much the plan. Also, I have my tea. Is my mic on? Yeah. Okay. And double check that thing. Let's pop out chat. But yeah, I really, really am hoping that my internet's gonna be good today. And I have a hunch. I'm hopeful. Alright. Yeah, so let's do you know what? Maybe it would be fun to do vertical paintings or paintings without any particular dimensions, and I don't know. Maybe we'll start black and white. That's what we'll do. Like this. Well, you guys can't see it. I'm gonna do that. I'll it's black and white for me. I know you guys can't see that. But if it matters, I will make it not black and white. But yeah, and if anyone is curious, so there's a way, if I show you my screen like this, you can see that I can toggle it to black and white. I feel like I should just point out early, Control Windows C. You have to open it up in your start menu. So if you go to like start menu and then color filters, you can see right there, color filters, click it. It opens up that menu. You can toggle, make sure it's clicked on so that you can toggle it, and don't click it when it's toggled off, because then you can't untoggle it. But anyway, yeah, that's quick tutorial. How to change if you're in Windows, how to make grayscale. Super useful. Doesn't matter what program you're in. Like last stream, I played around in Krita. Krita? Is it Krita or Krita? I played around in Krita, and that was, I did, and it was kind of a chore because I didn't know all my hotkeys, but that hotkey I could still use. Hey, Lego Bimo, how's it going? Howdy, howdy. So yeah, it's nice that even when you switch programs that some of the hotkeys are the same because they're not actually program hotkeys, they're Windows hotkeys. How are you doing, Lego? Did I ever call you Lego before? I don't know why I just said that, but Lego, that's the name. I always used to just say your full name. Now today I'm switching it up. Shortened. We've got the yeah, okay. But I will inject color in here, but right now I'm trying to think in black and white, trying to play around. Like what do I want the scene to be? Maybe maybe we do an interior. Maybe not. Maybe we do. Maybe we do, maybe we don't. I don't know. Everyone calls me just Lego or Bimo. Okay. I always just used to call you Lego Bimo, the whole name. And then I only now did I call you Lego, and I'm like, that sounds different to me because that's not normally what I do. Or it's not normally what I say. But yeah. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're I almost said Saturday. Also, I have different music on today. I have a random playlist of the 500 greatest film scores. I don't think they're the 500 greatest. I doubt they're the 500 greatest. But according to someone, they are the 500 greatest film scores. So it'll be a lot of. I should probably turn up the volume, actually, because I have a hunch. I have a hunch there's going to be a lot of very quiet, like, background music stuff. There. If it gets too loud or anything, I highly doubt it will, but if it does, you should yell at me. Somebody should yell at me. But I don't think at any point it will drown out my voice. That would be very... I mean, I don't know. There are some pretty intense film scores, right? With, like, drums and crazy stuff. And speaking of epic stuff, this is making me think of, like, big islands. But what if we make it even more dramatic by pushing this down just there so that it's closer to the eye line is lower, and maybe there's like boats, I don't know, boats on the shore or docked boats somewhere. Also maybe the boats are small, these things are going to be large, so maybe some big boats, some small boats, or big boats that are small relative to these things. So like here's the big boats. Something like that. I don't know. Boats are cool. I don't know how to draw them. I've never done any boat studies really. Actually, that's not true. I have done boat studies, but I think I treat them as perspective studies, like the curvy boats, where you have like this kind of, and then you have like the water down here, and they kind of look like that, where you have like this shape, like a rowboat or something. Because that shape's always been tough for me to do in perspective. I think I got this terribly wrong, but anyway, you get the idea. I have done some boat practice, but I think it's almost always been more of a perspective thing. I haven't done any like big pirate ship boat to really understand it. Pretty much my knowledge of pirate ships or shipwrecks, or like the big boats, are like from Minecraft. You got like the back part, right? Whoop. Right, you have the back part, it comes down, and then you have like the cabin, and then you have the other part of the boat, you know. That's not how you draw a boat, but you know what I mean. Somebody probably knows what I mean. Okay, also, how is the mic? I just want to double check all my settings today, because I've been thinking. I've been thinking about quality and stream, and I don't know what it is. It just every once in a while I like to revisit like the things I'm doing, why I'm doing them. If is it just me being in a habit or a trend, or am I actually like doing what I would think I should be doing or want to do? And I think some stuff with stream definitely is on that list. It's just like, what am I doing? Not in a bad way, but you know, like the types of music I play. Maybe I should switch it up. Maybe I should take requests. Maybe I should, like what are my options? So I want to revisit that a little bit. But mostly I'm just painting. I do want to keep that. That's one thing I like is painting, focusing on sort of process, early process, how to paint, um, and, just like questions that people might have, that kind of thing. So always willing to take questions. But that's not really what the purpose of my stream is. It's mostly just painting as a fun thing. Like I like what if these mountains have like strands of orange? So they aren't orange themselves, or they are orange instead of just light, right? What if they have literal strands of orange? So I'm not thinking light, I'm thinking color. And then the light I'll put on top, probably. Because that would be fun. That's something I don't do a lot of is like material differences in color and value. I actually have a hard time painting that way. It's hard for me to think. That's it. It's hard for me to think. It's hard for me to think of like how to paint color as opposed to light. And I know normally because like there's two ways to do it, or not. There's obviously lots of ways, but one of the ways, like if you have your sphere and it's in value, and you have your light source, you have your shadows, maybe there's a little bit of bounce light in there. Probably, maybe I don't know. Doesn't really matter, right? You have a little bit of light in there, and it kind of is almost independent of the color. This is just a gray object, and then you can start adding on colors. Also, this is probably the worst sphere you've ever seen, but anyway, there's a sphere, or a ball-ish, a sphere-ish thing. Anyway, but there's another way, which, because like then from here, like what if I wanted this half of the sphere, this half to be dark, right? You still have, and then this half is going to be light. Not in light, but just light. So like these values are shifted towards bright, right? You still have light and shadow. These values are shifted towards dark, right? You still have light and shadow, but the actual values of the things, right, are different. And that's something that like I am not amazing at. I'm very much not amazing at it. But I can do like an okay job, right? I can sort of wing it a little bit where there's that. Like I can kind of wing it where it almost looks like a Pokeball, right? Where you have half of it light, half of it dark. That's really hard for me. And I don't typically incorporate this kind of thing. If I wanted another shape here, like a checkerboard, for example. I don't typically incorporate that kind of thing into my early sketches, and I'd like to do more of that. I think another way of doing it, this is where I think some people who do line art thrive, because then you can say, okay, here's my ball, and I'm going to make this stuff a gray, like a light gray. This half's going to be a light gray. Maybe we'll do it this way this time. We'll do the other shape, right? And this half is going to be a dark gray, but not quite as, And then you do like an overlay layer, right? So, or not an overlay, but like a layer mode. So you can take in some sort of maybe a multiply layer, and that way when you darken it, right, the whole thing is becoming lighter or darker as sort of as a unit, right? And I think this is the way a lot of people paint, right? Where you do your flats first and then you darken the thing. And this is definitely a better way to do that, but it's not a better way to paint like this. So it's kind of tricky because like the ways, and then of course, you can add in your light, your highlights or whatever. Um, but like I think this way is easier and to get consistent results because if you were to have like a complex pattern on here, you could light the thing properly. So yeah, I don't know. That's always been a thing that I'm kind of thinking of is like how do I incorporate this type of texture or value changes with material? How do I incorporate that into my painting when I don't typically paint this way? So like I absolutely like if I knew that I was going to paint something like this, I could just start this way, right? I could literally paint it the way I did this and in color and it would work out. But the problem is I don't have an easy time sketching like this, right? This is a hard way to sketch for me because it's not there's no lighting really and I like to think of form a little bit. I don't know. It's a conundrum. Like there's two things and I want to juggle them, but they're not compatible with each other. Okay. So what is this? Maybe we do some fun form here. Maybe it gets a little darker. So what are these? Maybe there's little houses. Little houses up here. Little stacks of houses or something. Oh, I'm kind of jealous people who paint with cell shading. No matter how many times I've tried, it just doesn't feel like blobs are so much more intuitive. You know what? I still don't really understand what cell shading is. Like, I don't because I always thought cell shading is like to make it look 2D, so like a 3D render or a 3D model, but rendered in a way to make it look 2D, where like the light and the shadow are distinct shapes. But that's not. Do you? I think I asked this once on stream, and people had different responses, and I think our general consensus was that yes, you can still call it cell shading, even if you're doing it flat with two-dimensional. See, I don't think of that as cell shading. I'm still doing light and shadow. I'm just doing the materials and the value changes first before I add the value of light and shadow. So like if I had a so like I still have the light down here, right? And the shadow and the form change. And here's a light, right? The difference is that do I do this like for example, if I have a Pokeball, right? Classic red and white, right? It would be like starting with this and then adding the lighting on second. So then I might do a multiply layer and then I would shade it like this, right? And I'm still doing shading. I'm not making the shadows like hard edge, which is I think what you might have been implying with cell shading. Like I'm still doing like a full on, you know, I should probably do this on the side, shouldn't I? Something like this, right? Okay, that is probably what you meant by cell shading. Um, they usually make light and shadow and bounce light and all that on different layers. Oh, see, I never thought of that as cell shading. But anyway, who cares? That's just it's just definitional stuff. But yeah, no, okay, I see what you mean. So yeah. This is not a bad way to work. It's just harder to think for me because like you have to know your design beforehand to make like in order to decide that this is a half red and half white Pokeball, you have to know you're drawing a Pokeball, right? You can't you can't just jump straight in and start making random shape because like But once you've made a sphere that's half light, half dark, it suddenly becomes kind of difficult, at least for me. Um, I don't know if this is gonna look right, but anyway, it suddenly becomes a little difficult to add in that red if you've already made like a black and white sphere, at least for me, right? Or to make this half darker when you've already have the full sphere all in white, you know? Or if the whole sphere is light, it's hard to like make this the other half dark, but still have the light and shadow. I find that very difficult. So but this way is not bad. This way is very easy. I don't know. Maybe I should do more of that. It's supposed to make it easier. Yeah. I mean, I can see it. Yeah. I mean, I can see it definitely making it easier to some degree. I don't know. I think there's probably a way of kind of doing a mix between them where instead of starting with just like the light and shadow in like a grayscale thing or even just one color, doesn't really matter. So instead of doing something like this, where you first paint the sphere, right? So here's the sphere, you paint it with light and shadow. I'll just use that. So instead of doing this and then trying to figure out, okay, how do I lighten this half, you know? So here's the half I want to be in light. How do I lighten that, right? That's a hard thing to do for me. But I think there is a medium ground, a middle ground, where you can, like, especially in big environments like this, a lot of spheres on the page. Ignore these. I'll just click these off. But I think there's a middle ground, which is you do like an atmospheric perspective take, so everything is very graphical, right? But you're still having some light and dark, right? You're still having maybe a little bit of ambient light from above or something, so you can still get to render the forms a little bit, but you aren't doing direct light at this stage. And then you can say, okay, well, this half's gonna be light, this half's gonna be dark, and then you can come in and start adding your lighting on it, like with the way that I did it earlier, right? So then you come in with like a glow dodge, and you do like a layer like this or something, or you come in with a multiply layer and you add some shadows, stuff like that, where it's like, okay, well now I kind of have this best of both worlds where I've done a little bit of rendering, a little bit of form stuff, a little bit of, you know, light and shadow, rather than trying to do all the lighting first and then come over the top later. I don't know. Does that make sense? But yeah, so I think there's a way to do it to bridge the gap. But yeah, I never really thought of like that process being called cell shading. But I suppose it could be. Maybe? I don't know. I always thought cell shading was more of like a way of lighting things in 3D that makes it appear 2D. So a lot of like flat, hard shadows, where like if you have basically, I think it's like your form shadows kind of disappear into one value. So everything becomes flatter. So like if you have a sphere that's turning from light to dark, as it turns the form, but it's still in light, right? So if you have like, or I'll just do a cylinder, right? So if this were a 3D object, not, but if it were, it would be like, normally you would have, light, you'd have shadow and then light, and at some point in here, right, wherever the terminator is, it would you'd have like what you'd call like form shadows, where it's still in light, but the light is getting a little bit more dim, right? Right? It's not a perfect gradient forever, right? There is a point where it's distinctly no longer in light, um, but there is also a point where that light is slowly falling off, right? Because the angles are no longer in fully facing the light, So like this stuff might be considered light. And I think a lot of times what cell shading, from my understanding, is like this might be considered, the shadows might be all dark, right? So there is no nuance there. And then maybe you use like a few intermediate values here, and it's like you basically just have that. I don't know if that's actually what it is or not. And of course you can still have complex shapes in here, but it's not typically, I don't think you typically see a lot of bounce light. But if you were to do like a render engine for a 3D model with this style of rendering, I don't even know what the top of this would look like. It would kind of give that illusion that everything is like two-dimensional or like hand drawn, because it has this like very, it's not like a photorealist, it's not like ray tracing, right? It's yeah, anyway, that's what I always thought it was, but maybe I'm confused. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. We're just painting and doing stuff. Maybe some shapes over here. Some boats. But yeah, how is everybody, by the way? How was the weekend? Hope everyone's weekend was good. Has anyone done anything exciting? Yesterday I was in the mood to like go outside and draw. Or I shouldn't say I was in the mood. When I wasn't outside and drawing, I wanted to like, I was thinking that maybe later in the day I would go outside and draw. I never did. But at one point I was in the mood to do that. Has anyone done anything exciting? Just like, going outside. Is that exciting? I think it's exciting. Has anyone touched grass lately? Is that what they say? Is that what you call it? Touching grass? Because I haven't. I very much just have stayed inside. It's so hot. It's super hot here. I say as I'm drinking my very hot tea. Okay. But that's okay. I have my air conditioning on. Okay. So yeah, I don't know. These could be, let's focus on big shapes. Maybe we slap in some colors in here. Just play around with overlays. You harvested a lot of tomatoes. Ooh, nice. I hope harvest is that is the correct word. A tomato harvest. Yep. That's awesome. And got sick. Oh no. Hopefully it wasn't the tomatoes. Yeah, hopefully they hadn't gone bad. But no, that's awesome though. Not that you got sick. That sucks. I hope you're okay though. Hopefully it's not too sick. But yeah, tomatoes are great. Tomatoes are one of my like any food. Okay, this is gonna sound really stupid, but any food or fruit or vegetable that doesn't need prep work is amazing. If you can eat it like an apple, it's a great food. Grapes, tomatoes, cherry tomatoes, right? Anything you can just like berries are amazing. Smaller fruit that or vegetables that don't need to be peeled, so no potatoes are fine, but they're they require work, so they're not as amazing, right? You can't just like, oh, what a great potato, just take a bite. Like you gotta like cook it and peel it. Maybe I guess you don't need to peel it, but you do need to cook it. um but like any cucumbers are great, because you could just technically just eat a cucumber if you needed. um yeah, any vegetable like that. I like there are a lot of amazing fruits, but it's just like they're such a pain to eat. Like pomegranates are delicious, but they suck because you can't just like bite into them and eat them. And even fruits like this is where I'm a little bit on the fence with. I know these are some hot food takes, but foods um like the really juicy, peaches, plums are much more manageable, but like peaches and even like mangoes are like, oh, getting into the needs prep work, right? Because you have to like peel them and they're slimy, which means you can't just like sit at your computer and eat it because you're gonna get a mess everywhere. And like peach, same thing with peaches, right? Like peaches aren't as bad though. You can pretty much eat a peach like an apple, but you still have to like deal with the pit afterwards. I guess an apple you have to deal with the core, um, but yeah, that's pretty much how I rank foods. Is like, can I just eat them where I am and don't have to like sit down and do prep work? That is like the ultimate lazy tier list for food. The food tier list based on how easy it is to eat. Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna just jump to a new layer, or not new layer. Actually, I'm gonna merge all my layers. Jump into a new painting. 30 minutes per thumbnail. That's not what I want to spend on them, but that's what I spent on that one. Maybe I'll set a timer. Oh, dang, I was gonna do key inputs, and I forgot all about it. Last stream I was talking about doing key presses, so like whenever I press a hotkey, you can see if I'm doing like left mouse button or, A and then S and then space and then R for rotate or L for lasso tool, right? Like those kinds of things. Also, we got that music in the background. How loud is this? It's pretty loud. See, I had a fear. Anyway, that'll work. Yeah, that Hans Zimmer. Uh, Honestly, one of the greatest movies. I thought Interstellar is such a good movie. I really enjoy it. I think it's gotta be one of my favorite movies. Especially for how long it is. It's one of the like it can keep my attention like no other. But food is so yummy. Food is yummy. Do you watch movies often? I haven't lately been watching. I mean, yesterday I watched Wicked, uh, the musical on Amazon Prime, and I also watched a action fighting movie. Uh, I don't know what you want to call it, like a Jason Statham movie where he just beats people up, and basically just murders people. Yeah, totally different vibes there. No, I haven't been watching a lot of movies lately, but I used to. I just got a free month of Amazon Prime yesterday though, so I'm making my way through a bunch of movies that I haven't seen. So yeah, I probably will in the next month or so, but I like movies, but I haven't been watching them a lot. I go through phases where like I there's some movies where I just like silly, ridiculous stuff and I don't care about quality. But then there's movies and I don't even know if it's phases or if it's more like what the movie is supposed to be. But then there's phases where I'm very critical of a movie, like, oh, this movie has a plot hole, and why did these characters do this thing? Like, doesn't that defeat the purpose of the whole movie? And like, kind of finding like errors in like the right. I don't do that with a lot some movies. If it's like a comedy or something, I don't give a crap. It can be the most like plot hole ridden nonsense. As long as I'm having fun, I do not care. But then sometimes I'm super critical. So it's like I go through phases where I like just movies for fun, and then other times it's like I'm watching it for, you know, like I'm thinking of it through like the lens of an artist or a writer or a set designer or a whatever. And so it's like you're viewing it with different standards. And so it's really weird. I don't know. And I'll have entire like months where, if a movie is too stupid, I just can't get into it. And then there's other times it's like if it's too serious, I can't get into it because I just want some good, chill fun. So I don't know. Movies are. It really depends on what I'm in the mood for. also like who I'm interacting with in my day-to-day life. Like, if there's a lot of like, I don't know, if the people around me are very critical of things, I might be more in that mindset. Where if the people around me are very silly, I might be in more of that mindset. And so it kind of just depends on those types of things. It's hard for me to watch movies somehow, and it's not even attention span. I have no problems with books, for example. Yeah, again, I've had this issue before, or at least, or maybe it's not that issue, but it's, you know, essentially the, like hard to get into movies. Yeah, sometimes I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I will say with books have this unique. I mean, I guess there's an analog to movies for this, but books have this unique quality of like, even if there is no story yet, is it just me or have you been live more than usual lately? Nope. Unless today isn't Monday. Nope, it's Monday. No, I've been live just my regular schedule. Hi, Sarah. Hope you're doing well. So I have this thing with books where even if there's literally no story and nothing happening, I can like the book because I can like the descriptions, I can like that kind of thing. But I think movies sometimes I'm in it for the story, right? It's like, "Oh, this is a movie about," and then, whatever. Like if I'm watching a superhero movie, I want to see the superhero, right? Or you want to, if it's an origin story, you want to know the origin. Or if it's a heist movie, you want to see the heist start to happen, right? But in a book, I could read a heist book and have no heist happen for most of the book and I would be okay, so long as the writing was interesting and it guides your attention in a certain way. Um, Movies are tricky like that though. Like I don't I think it's pretty rare where I could just it's pure spectacle and I could just enjoy watching the scenery um and not care what's happening. Like in movies I seem to care more what's happening than I do in books. In books it's more about, is the writing interesting enough to keep my attention but not the story, because books are just so much slower, right? If you could have a story of a person, going to the store and coming back and talking to people along the way, and that could take up 200 pages, right? So you automatically are sort of slowed down. But if you had a movie like that, oh, I would be bored out of my mind. I'd be like, oh, nothing's happening, I'm leaving, you know so it really, I think books are, for me, they do have that special quality to them. Also, why is Hershey pushing cookies and cream ads so much lately? It was you're actually your favorite candy for a while in middle school because it was your prize for winning this craft contest thing in your keyboarding class. Nice. You made it, Wally and Eve. Oh, amazing. Wally and Eve are great. I love Wally. Wally is such a good movie. I don't really like Hershey's anymore. Not chocolatey enough. Do you like dark chocolate? Or like, okay, as you've gotten older, do you feel like you have liked dark chocolate more? Hey, Rowan! Rowan the Roo, how's it going? How am I doing? I'm doing pretty good. My day's good. I'm a little bummed that I can't stream on YouTube, because I haven't dropped a single frame today, and it's because I'm not streaming on YouTube, I think, which sucks. I will probably get back to streaming on YouTube maybe in a week or two, and we'll see if that changes things. You love dark chocolate? Okay. Welcome in, Ronald P. Maxwell. Welcome, Raiders. Thank you so much for the raid. You love dark. Yeah, see, I love dark chocolate too, and I kind of agree with you. And I think for me, as I've gotten older, I have learned to like dark chocolate so much more than milk chocolate. Milk chocolate, yeah, it doesn't even feel like chocolate hardly. It's really weird. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love chocolate, so if there's milk chocolate, I will certainly eat it. But like dark chocolate, and I don't think I'm like full dark chocolate's the best. Like, no, you need some other stuff in there, at least for me. But yeah, I've definitely, my preferences have changed as I've gotten older. And like as a kid, I loved like white chocolate which is I don't even know if it's actual big chocolate, but it's like the opposite end of what I like now. Ooh woo Raiders. Hey, Observer, how's it going? Hi Joe says hi, Siren, hello. Guess I'm not there yet. Dark chocolate is tolerable. I don't know what it is. It's like for me, dark chocolate. I think dark chocolate also goes better with other things. Well, actually, is that true? I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about it. And dark chocolate for me is I don't know, just tastier. It's just I like it. Yeah. Okay, I'm glad. I was kind of toying with that idea, Sarah, and then you said it, and so I'm glad you said it. You said in dark chocolate with stuff. You like dark chocolate with stuff in it, like orange or ginger or crunchy things, the best. Yeah, dark chocolate is good with other things, but it's also good on its own. So I'm kind of, I was sort of, do I enjoy chocolate covered fruits? Yeah, I think I do. Um, but yeah, I think dark chocolate's better for that stuff. Bitter souls demand bitter chocolate. Am I a bitter soul then? Dang. I don't think I'm a bitter person, but maybe. I guess according to Observer, white chocolate. I used to love white chocolate as a kid, but it feels not like chocolate to me. It just I don't even know. I think for me also the more sugar something has in it, the less appealing it is for me. Like I can't eat candies that are just pure sugar anymore. Like I just don't enjoy them. Like like those like Smartie candies. Of course you are the bitter edgelord. Gotcha. Glad that's decided. Hope the day is going well. The day is going well, Skittle. My theory is right. The older you are, the more icing you cut off the cake. Oh, I don't cut icing off cake. Although I don't want a ton of icing on the cake. I think you're right. I think you're right. Yeah, that's a pretty good. I bet if you okay, now I want to see like a graph. I don't know how you would do this. Like have a study of you give a giant cake. You get a big cake with a big layer of frosting on it, and then you ask people to take a bite or to cut themselves a slice or you give them a slice or something. I don't know, maybe you have different options. And then you would measure either the people who reject it, and then you'd have to go down in sizes or something of like how much frosting. But no, there's probably some you could make like a frosting index to determine how old people are. I bet you could be like if you like this much frosting, you're in this range. But like obviously it would be, big samples. You couldn't do individually because different people are different, but no, I think you're onto something because I think the older you are, the less just pure sugar you want. You want like other stuff. If I have a cake, I want it to be either whipped icing or ganache. I don't know how you say that word. I don't know what the ganache is, but I agree. Whipped frosting is the best. I don't like the hard, um, or what is it? The fondant. Is that what it is? Fondant is not my thing. Then there are those that love sweets and likely young at heart. I mean, I don't agree that if you like sweets, you're young at heart, and that if you don't like sweets, you're old. I think it's more that. I mean, I think you could also argue that okay, I'm gonna make a really stupid pseudoscientific claim that has nothing. You don't think you're supposed to eat fondant? Really? Wait, what do you mean? Are you saying that like a joke, or do you actually? I think you are. I think it's like supposed to be edible, right? But are you joking and saying like, oh, that's not edible? I actually don't know. Um, okay, I'm gonna make a really stupid claim. You're pretty sure it's mostly for decoration? Okay. But it's still supposed to be edible, right? Okay. Gotcha. Okay, so how do I word this? What if okay, so here's a half-baked pseudoscientific hypothesis. Okay, so what if when you're young, you you anything that makes your brain fire, so like, the sugars, the salts, the whatever, right? Ooh, it's exciting, and you're gonna like that more because you know less about what you actually like, and so those things are the things that make your brain light up with like good flavors, good things. And then as you get older, you're like, you know what? I don't actually like that. It just gives it's more like a drug rather than a thing that actually makes me that I like. Like that's my theory. I don't think it's true. And it's based on literally nothing, but like it would make sense that the older you get, you know more what you like, you've tried more things, and it's not just ooh, brain lights up, this is my favorite. It's more like this is my favorite because, and then you sort of have reasons as opposed to like you know more about your reasons rather than just like you it feels nice. I don't know. Does that make sense? I don't know. What am I? I'm not sure what I'm trying to say. I don't actually believe that, by the way, but that's my half baked theory. Uh, I found my threshold at around 80% chocolate. Taste neither sweet nor bitter for me. Chocolate without distraction. Exactly. See, and I feel like if you were like a little kid, all chocolate would be amazing, right? And it might even be a little bitter for you as you get less sweet. But as you get older, you get more ways to experiment. You see the extremes. I don't know. Also, Ronald, what were you working on today? I want to see the art of Ron. I didn't ask for an art tax. By the way, just a heads up, if anyone ever raids me, you do not need me to ask you to share the art tax ever. You will never ever need me to ask you. Please, like, this is me asking you for forever in case I forget. Okay, Ronald says, maybe. All those sugars combo with the air you breathe and slowly set you on fire little by little. It takes you your entire lifetime to burn out and die. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I'm not. I think Sarah had a good question. Are you okay? LOL. I don't. Yeah, I don't know what you're going on about, Ron. Um, I don't know. Sugar and air makes you on fire. I don't think that's how that works. But I'm no scientist, so what? Who am I to argue? Uh, the body needs glucose and sugar. Wasn't there like a thing like that, like back in the day, like in the I don't know, like not even that long ago, like 1700s or something? There was this thought that you only had like a set amount of breaths in your lifetime, and so running was bad because it would make you like expend your breath faster, and so so people would try to conserve their breath. Um, like you have some set limit. Like here you have, 4 million breaths and then you drop dead. And you better not, you don't want to overdo it. And that was like there was a thought. I don't know. Very stupid, but I actually love like terrible science theories where like you make up reasons for things that just don't that's not the way the things work. I kind of love it. Like there was like the humors back in the day. People thought you had humors, which whatever that means, or spirits kind of, and you had to like keep them in balance and I don't know, appease the spirits and make them happy, or else you'd get sick. I don't really know how that works either. I mean, no one did because it was made up and nonsense. But that stuff's fun. It's to me those feel like fun world building exercises where you just come up with some nonsense idea and then you try to like what do you call it? Like conspiracy theory think your way to make it make sense. Like it doesn't actually make sense, but you pick the most random things to kind of be like, here's the evidence for why it actually works. And it makes for fun world building. It definitely makes for fun world building. Or miasma, good gravy. I don't know what miasma is, but yeah, I think I've heard of that. That's funny. Yeah, no, I love those things because they're so absurd. Ooh, the sugar talk was connected to the frosting talk. Yeah, but I think you lost me at the catching you on fire thing and burning out and not having enough fuel. I don't know. Okay, I gotta. Okay, what is miasma? The miasma theory is an abandoned medical theory that held that diseases such as cholera, chlamydia, or plague were caused by miasma, a noxious form of bad air, also known as night air. The theory held that epidemics were caused by miasma. Here, I'll put this on screen because it's fun. I like reading about nonsense stuff that people used to believe. It's great. Though miasma theory is typically associated with the spread of contagious diseases, which makes sense if you're breathing things through the air. Some academics in the early 19th century suggest the theory can extend to other conditions as well. One could become obese by inhaling the odor of food. The miasma theory was advanced by Hippocrates in 5th century BC and accepted from ancient times in Europe and China. The theory eventually abandoned by scientists and physicians after 1880. See, it's crazy that like up until like modern science, like I mean we still believe some wild stuff. Don't get me wrong, but yeah, replaced by germ theory of disease, specifically germs, not miasma, cause disease. However, cultural beliefs about getting rid of odor made the cleanup of waste a high priority for cities, also encouraged. Yeah, I mean, I can see the like the link, right? Bad smell causes bad stuff, and like, well, yeah, like evolutionarily, that's kind of right? Like we avoid, you know, things that are rotting and grotesque because we know that they're gonna be bad and they have bacteria, but that's still not the same as bad smell is bad for you, right? This is the same thing. This is that feels like it. You want it to make logical sense, but that's also the same concept that leads people to say like, oh, this medicine in this concoction of stuff has this chemical, and in high quantities this chemical is bad, therefore this thing must be bad. That's not how it works, right? Like just because something is bad in a high quantity does not mean it's bad in a low quantity, because your body, it could actually be good in a low quantity, right? So it's sort of this like connecting a dot where there's sort of not a truth, but like for many things there is a correlation, but it's not causal, right? And so, yes, there is a correlation probably between bad smelling stuff and stuff that you shouldn't eat, right? But it's not causal that bad things cause you to, or bad smelling stuff causes you to get sick, right? And so it's literally just a case of correlation not equaling causation. And that kind of thinking leads people to believe so many garbage things. So yeah, I think it's so yeah, there's still nothing to miasma. It's still just correlation. But yeah. I mean, I think observing, right, the first step in science, like making an observation. And yeah, a lot of times those observations are correlational observations. Isn't it weird that when you eat this swamp water, you get sick? Like, yeah, it is. Maybe we should try, maybe we can start to look into that, and for the meantime maybe don't do that thing, even though maybe you find out that later that like it's okay. I'm not saying it's okay to eat swamp water, but like, it's yeah, you're well, it feels like you're taking an observation which is accurate. The observation is accurate, but the conclusion you draw from the observation is not, right? You're noticing something, right? That's literally just not science, right? Is you say it sure looks like all of these people around me are doing crime, therefore everyone around me must be doing crime or something. But like maybe you don't know the law, or maybe, that's a terrible example. I can't think of a good example off the top of my head, but like just because you see a trend that's local to you, or you, maybe it's not even a trend, it could just be your own biases, like confirmation bias, where like you just think you see a trend but it's actually not, you're just noticing it because you already have this preconceived idea, and then you draw a conclusion on this trend that you think you see. And that's why you do science, is to like make sure that this thing you're actually observing is real, right? That way it's not a fake, it's not that way, it's not something you're making up. So yeah, I don't know. I think, but no, I do love learning about those things because they're interesting. It's super interesting, like the weird. I remember there was a Reddit post like a year ago or something that I saw where people were base it was basically an entire Reddit thread asking people to state and give evidence of the most ridiculous correlation does not equal causation examples. And there are things like, you know, the banning of, toys and Kinder eggs in the US is correlated with like some other wild thing of like murder rates, and turns out that if you ban Kinder eggs, murder rates go up or something. It's like, no, that's not real. But like the graph for that, I just made that one up, by the way. But a lot of these things, like the graphs are so perfectly correlated that like they literally like beat for beat line up, and it's always amazing. Um, and it's just, I love that stuff because it's like totally bad science, but it kind of gets like, it's good creative fuel where like if you let those parts of your brain run wild, you can just come up with all sorts of crazy stuff. Hey Casey, how's it going? Vaccines equals autism is a pretty wild one. Yeah, true. Ronald, I think you're mixing saints there. But yeah, correlation is not causation. Very important to remember. But yeah, no, I love just like the wild correlations that you can find if you dig into like historical trends and really anything, right? Any sort of behavioral thing. I think one of my favorite examples from like science history type thing is there's actually a term for it where you actually see opposite correlation of the actual outcome. So like there was a like a famous study back in the day, and they had people uh, smoke a bunch of cigarettes, and those people ended up living longer. But it was because they didn't control who was doing the smoking, and it was basically they published it in a health magazine, and the only people who read the health magazine were people who cared a lot about their health. And so you get a bunch of healthy people who smoke cigarettes compared to a bunch of unhealthy people who didn't smoke cigarettes. And then the people who smoked cigarettes ended up having better life outcomes than the non-smokers because they were like, they cared about their health and they were doing all the things. They were running, they were exercising, they were, eating every health thing that was told to them they would do, including smoking cigarettes. And so it was like it showed the opposite of what you would expect. I love those things because it's like it it shows you the importance of like good methodology and a good process. And speaking of process, art. That's why this isn't that's why you care about process and art. Anyway, that was me trying to segue into art topics. Casey says, I feel like before Germ Theory there were tons of crazy ones. Yeah, we were just talking about that before you popped in with like the humors and miasma and all these like other like yeah, yeah, just not knowing why things make you sick and then coming up with crazy beliefs. Some of them are correlational. Always too. No, it's okay. We just stay on the same topic for so long that everyone who doesn't join at the start of the stream is late. But anyway, been cleaning up and organizing after camping, so big time lurking. Ooh, nice. Where'd you go camping? Where do you camp? Not like exactly where, but like, generally, I assume mountains. So like, which mountains? Late crew. Yeah, late. Everybody's late. I'm even late to my own stream sometimes. Maybe you didn't camp in the mountains. Maybe you did like lake camping. Did you? Are you a lake? Are you a lake? Okay. Do you guys prefer to camp like near a lake or not? Not lake. I know a lot of people like they only camp near lakesides. Is actually by a lake. A lot of people camp by lakes. I mean, the water, especially in like the heat, water's great. Went to southwestern Colorado near Gunnison. Never heard of it. A very pretty spot with gorgeous views. Nice. I know there's a lot of gorgeous spots in Colorado. I can link a pic. I would love to see a picture of where you. Yeah, I'd love to see. Back when I camped in Indiana, it was neither. It was mostly level forest. See, I like forest camping. I've always enjoyed being in the forest. Um, you know, either in the trees or on the mountains or somewhere like that. I guess I want to clarify when I say forest, sometimes I combine it with mountains. I don't differentiate those two things because where I live and have grown up, the only forests we have are on mountains, right? And we don't have any non-forested mountains either. So forest and mountains to me are like the same because where there's mountains, there's forests. Where there's forests, there's mountains. You don't see a lot of like non you don't see a lot of like forested non-mountainous areas and you don't see a lot of mountainous non-forested spots. I know they exist in the world and that's why that distinction exists, but not for me. Like in my head it's the same. Unless I'm playing Magic the Gathering because they have forests and mountains which are different. And I should know better because I do play that game. Mountain forests are great. I went to the Poconos once back when I still had a car here. I didn't camp, but saw some really beautiful views. I don't know what those are. I think you're more on like east side, right? The eastern U.S. I don't think I'm not very familiar with a lot of this stuff over on the eastern U.S. I don't actually I couldn't tell you a single mountain range on the eastern U.S. Are there I assume there's mountain ranges somewhere in there. Also, I have different music today. It's like it's what do you call it? Like film scores. The best camping is at Disney World. Okay, Peter, I don't is that actually a thing? The Appalachians, the oldest of the worn down fossil filled mountain ranges. Gotcha. The Appalachians. I knew that. I knew of the Appalachians, but I kind of I wasn't salient. It wasn't in my brain and it wasn't easy to pull from because I just don't know enough about them. But yeah, okay, I did know that though. Like when you say it, I'm like, yes, okay, I knew that. But I couldn't pull it up in my brain. You did camp at Disney when I was little. I do remember it being good. Oh, I didn't know that. Disney has their own campgrounds. Oh, I didn't know that. Interesting. Now I gotta Google it. Disney campgrounds. I've never been to Disney. Anything Disney, by the way. Never been to Disneyland or Disney World or any of the parks. I've never been to a theme park in my life. Although I don't really want to. Actually, it would be cool, especially Disney parks. It would be cool just to see like their park design. I've always enjoyed design of public spaces and how they're, especially ones that are designed like intentionally. I've always enjoyed that. Or like campus design. That was actually a little bit of what I studied in landscape architecture. I always thought it would be cool to do like campus design for big places with like the goal is not just to make it look pretty, but like to move the flow of people, to create, sight lines for certain things and like but also make sure sometimes you have other goals for those things. Like if you have, a fire department, you need to make sure that like they have access to all the places or like if there's an emergency and like that's something that Disney does really well is their park design because they have like even from like the buildings and the forest perspective to where do they put their garbages and making them blend in to where you never look around and see garbage cans but they're there and they're accessible when you need them, right? So it's like I don't know if that's actually true exactly like that, but a lot of stuff like that where they try to all the goings on is kind of in the background, even though it has to still be accessible. It's sort of the way people move about a park. You kind of yeah, you really want to go to How to Train Your Dragon World at Universal? That'd be cool. Just watch Evil Queen roast compilations on YouTube. Best part of Disney. I have seen some of those where like the characters are interacting in fun ways with guests. Some of them are pretty great, I will admit. I've seen a few of those. Those people apparently do not get paid very well, which is a shame because some of them are so dedicated to their job and they're so like seemingly good at it. Um that view downhill from your tent. Ooh, let's take a look. Oh, this is gorgeous. Dang, look at this. I'm jealous. Look, this is where Casey went. That is gorgeous. Did you do any art while you were there, or was it purely just like, photo taking and hiking and camping and chilling? It was so pretty and hard to leave. I bet. Yeah, my sister made an average of $14 when she was there. Started lower, ended higher, but still ended under 17. Dang. Yeah, that's she was constantly having to work 10 plus hour shifts. Yeah, that's terrible. I just feel like for a company that is so big, you should not have that issue. Uh, Casey says we did hike a little while camping, and a lake day, but mostly relaxed and soaked up the view. Nice. Yeah, it's been a while since I've been camping. I'm kind of jealous. I want to go camping. I remember when Aaron Blaze would talk about how for Disney they had to take research art trips so that they would went to some campgrounds for like Brother Bear and such. Yeah, that would be cool. That's definitely a thing that would be really neat. I know okay. So I have never had a job where I have to travel. And people consistently say that like this is one of those things where like if you have to travel for work, it always ends up sucking, even though you think it would be fun. I still think I even knowing that, I still would love to do like get or I guess there's a difference between having to travel for work and getting to travel for work, right? If you get to travel for work, that's typically like you're not traveling all the time, but occasionally you get to for like a reason, like with especially for like research purposes. But if you're just like jumping in flights back and forth to like do a meeting and back home, and then you can't ever actually view the place that you're at, that would probably suck. But I still, that would be I don't know. Like in Frozen, they took trips to snowy areas to feel the snow, feel the cold to animate it. Yeah, that makes sense. That's yeah, I mean that's just like the natural extension of using reference, right? Is like paint from life. Go there. Like this is a very well-known thing. And I like that that was in the budget though, because I bet a lot of people, especially if you don't do art, would be like, "Well, why would it matter? Like here's a photo, you know? Like why do you actually like it's I think it's not as obvious that that is such a good method. I don't know how common it is. Yeah, I don't know either. I feel like it probably isn't that common, because it's a lot of money, and you have to convince people who aren't in that intimate with the process to know how important it is. Like just yesterday, I watched the movie Wicked on the musical on what do you call it on Amazon Prime, and the set and because it comes from the Broadway musical, right? Like that's the origins is a Broadway play where they have extensive set design and costume design and they're so that all the songs and the dances and the dialogue, everything is so carefully crafted, right? Because they have a lot more time. It's not as like rushed to production, right? Like I mean maybe sometimes it is, but and of course it was such a long running play that the work done to it from iteration to iteration, like they'll still make changes, right? And so by the time you make a big production for screen, there's just a huge volume of work that has gone into the research and the design, the craft of the thing. And I was thinking like it would be hard to make a movie from the ground up with that sort of like detail and care to every little thing, right? How can you put that much attention to detail in like a newer movie unless it's something that already has that history of buildup? Because no one's gonna like it would just cost a ridiculous amount. Like it still must have cost a ridiculous amount, and that's not having to do all the work of like build everything from the completely from the ground up, right? You're working with a lot of source material. Um, so yeah, I could see like a newer movie just, oh, we're gonna do away with this and that and all the good design work that might need to go into it. Like obviously the designers care, right? Obviously the people working on it are gonna be passionate about working on it, but you just don't have the time and you don't have the budget. You have tight deadlines. There might be random revisions halfway through that you have to like rush out the door that don't work with the rest of your thing because some random person decided there need to be a revision. Um, like that's tricky. So yeah, it would not surprise me if you don't get a lot of those trips. Your dad used to love to go on business trips because basically traveling as a single, he didn't have to worry much about buying a car. He would just get up and go on a business trips to other places alone, maybe with some coworkers. Yeah. Yeah, I think also, yeah, once you have like a family or I should say once, but like if you have a family, then obviously, being away from them for a long period of time would be a downside. But if you were, and I imagine it's also probably different, um, depending on like if you could take a business trip on a Friday and then stay an extra day on company money in the hotel and then return on like Sunday in time to get back for work on Monday. That would be awesome because then you could actually have a day of vacation in a different place. But I have a hunch there's a lot of business stuff. It's like, oh, you're gonna go business meeting on Monday, you know, and then you have to be back at Tuesday, and there's literally no time to do anything else. You love this woodsy scene. Yeah, I like it. I like this palette. Although I was thinking about putting some brighter saturation bits in here, just kind of. maybe some golden sunset, maybe something else. Looking really nice things. I'm doing a lot of rambling, very little painting. I should move on to another one. We've only done 2 thumbnails today. By the way, I tried Krita or Krita? Krita or Krita? I don't know if it's Krita or Krita, but anyway, I tried Krita on Saturday. I had never used it before, and it was good. I liked it. I mean, you get a free business class. Yeah, but if you don't actually get to see the thing when you're, I think for some people that would suck, right? Because they want to be doing something. They would rather be actually working than, especially nowadays, you may also be expected to work on the plane. Like if let's say you have to give a presentation or something, like, oh, you'll just write your speech on the plane. And it's like, well, now you have crappy conditions, you're working, but you're just, there's people all around you and, you know, randomly bumping into you because they're trying to pass and like, you know, it's just not, it's noisy on a plane, so you have to wear headphones and like it's just not ideal working conditions for some people, right? Like, or if you do need to sleep, you may not be able to sleep because planes can be again noisy and awkward and uncomfortable. And so depending on what you have to do for a business meeting, it may not be ideal. Air travel, I like it, but I've only done it seldom and I've done it for myself, right? I think if you had to do it, yeah. I mean, I think I like it because to me it feels like a luxury. Like I don't get to fly much. It's expensive, and so I there's still like the novelty of it, but I think that would wear off and then it would suck. Did you pick up Blue Skittles brush set for Krita? It's excellent. No, I haven't used it. I didn't use Skittles brush set. No, I was just playing around, trying to familiarize myself with it, rebind all my hotkeys, just go down that process of like if I'm a total beginner on this program. I want to be able to paint the way that I paint. I also tested all the default brushes. That was actually something that I didn't like that how I approached Clip Studio because when I first got it, I actually deleted all the brushes instead of testing them. So like even the airbrush that I use, I think is not a default brush. Even my airbrush is an imported brush. But yeah, I wanted to use the default brushes because it was I just want to give it a fair test. Yeah, I gotta rebind all the things and use the new program. Yeah, that was my main concern. That way now I have it. I can paint on it if I want. It's there. I don't know if I'll ever use it again, to be honest. I didn't I think a lot of the things that my issues with it, I don't have that many issues with it, but all the issues I do have with it, I feel are like more of a skill issue. Like the zoom feature is weird. So for example, as far as I know, I don't know how to do this. So like, okay, when I hit Z, it puts me on a zoom tool, right? And then I can without my hand on the keyboard, I can zoom to the left or to the right and it will zoom in. I couldn't find out how to do exactly that. I could make it so if I hold zoom, I can zoom in and out, but it was hard for me to find a way to like make it stick on that. Because there's the zoom tool, which is a different tool, right? I don't know. So like I couldn't quite get used to Krita's zoom tool. I think it was still skill issue. I'm pretty sure there was a way to set it up to be the same, but when it's a tool that I use so often, I can show you the art I made. I actually ended up making all these random brush strokes because every time I tried to zoom, or not every time, but a lot of times I would just make random strokes on my page because I tried to zoom but it wouldn't, and then I would just have all these random like ghost lines everywhere. It's kind of a mess. Also, I think I'm lagging. Maybe a little bit. I dropped a couple frames. Um, so yeah, so I don't know if you guys can see this properly, but there's a bunch of these random brush strokes in this painting. Like this line here, and this, probably even that line here. But like this one's really obvious because it goes across the grain of the painting. I'm pretty sure that was because I was trying to zoom, but the zoom feature wasn't on. And there's just like, here's all these little scribbles here. There's like this line that goes here and a line that goes here. All of these are like this random blue streak. Those are all because I was trying to zoom. There's just tons of random lines that I know I didn't intentionally put down. Um, Especially if they're going at this angle. So like this line here, probably a lot of these lines. But yeah, just these little lines that landed on my page, and that doesn't happen when I paint as much here. You need to press plus or minus. Yeah, that's no, Siren. You're. I understand that is how you zoom in Krita. What I'm saying is when you're used to a program doing it one way, oftentimes you want to try and reset it to the way that you're used to working, right? And that's what I spent most of the time doing, Casey, is trying to rebind everything so that I can use it the way that I want to. And I could get it that way for most things, right? But some of this stuff I just couldn't find a good analog to. It wasn't ever quite the same. I could get it where I could hold control and I could zoom, so I could still zoom the same. But no, having to tap a button on my keyboard, especially like plus or minus, would just be annoying. I want to be able to zoom in, like for example, if I want to go from this screen to this screen, right? I want to be able to zoom out. It is skill issue, totally skill issue, right? So if I want to be able to like see my painting, zoom back in, I don't want to, and then to keep painting, I don't want to have to like go over to plus and minus. But anyway, I did find a way to do it, but it still was causing me some issues, and yeah, I don't know. So zooming just seemed a little different. I don't think it was completely different. I do think it was skill issue, but it's most of the features are the same. I mean, if you've never done a painting program though, there's nothing wrong with Krita. Krita's totally fine, and I totally would recommend Krita for anyone really. Seems good. You messed up the keybinds on your home setup of Krita, and now perspective tools are wonky. Oh, see, I never got into the perspective tools. I pretty much just used what I currently have. Draw with the lasso tool more often. I mean, look, I don't think you need to do something because I do it. There are nice things about the lasso tool. Like you can make one of the things, if you do use lasso tool, what I highly recommend doing is use make sure your invert. But so for example, let's say I'm gonna make I don't know, just a random spire here. There's a spire. Is so using your select inverse tool. So for example, let's say I do that. Then I can, if I were just to deselect this, that's kind of wonky. But if I do select inverse first, I can then blend this corner back into each other, and it'll still be around the edge. And then it's really nice to be able to do select inverse. Or for example here, let's undo this. Or here I could select inverse and paint that sky so I don't have those ugly like brush strokes. So if I want super crisp selections, being able to do a nice inverse selection is so handy, because then you can do like both sides of your line. You can clean it up. That way you can just make the line that you want, for example, like this, and you can very quickly paint on both sides of the selection. The thing that I can never leave CSP for is the ice cream reference fill. I don't know what that is. What is the ice cream tool? Wait, Taco Force. I'm using CSP and I don't know what that is. I've never used that in my life. Now I'm curious. Perspective tools are great. They little guide that you do not interfere with your drawing. Yeah. Perspective tools in Krita. Yeah, I could see that. I don't like CSP's perspective tools. I think their built-in tools are too rigid. It's hard to toggle on and off the grid. If the grid is visible, there it auto snaps, or it's either not snapping or completely snapping. And there's no like, as far as I know, there's no easy way to toggle it. And it feels very black and white. It's hard to maneuver between the different modes quickly and easily. So yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the perspective tools in CSP. It can fill everything within your line art. Like even if you have gaps, so like if you had something like this, could it fill between that? Does it know that that's a gap? Let's take a look. Huh. Oh, that's interesting. Also, why is there a giant advert in here? Yeah, I didn't know that was a thing. Oh, I've never heard of that. That was cool for people who do line art and stuff. Yeah, that looks very quick. That's kind of a neat feature, actually. Wait, how did it hold up. How did it know? Make a new layer under the line art. How did it know to not do the green? Did you see that? I was with it for a while. I was with this thing when it was doing the selections, but then they selected the, I guess, just a new layer. So, like, this all makes sense, right? You do the whole thing, it gets the whole thing. You do parts of the thing, and it does parts of this thing, right? So, like, this I understand, right? It'll do everything that isn't, that was fully contained, right? Anything that's fully contained, it'll do if it's not fully contained. So I get all that. Up to here, I'm with it, right? I understand what's happening. This, I don't know. I understand that too. Maybe if it's white, I don't know. This I don't understand. Right here, this step. What just happened there? How did it not do the green? It only lassoed those boxes? No, they lassoed the green boxes too, and it didn't do it. I understood it up until they did the selection where it didn't select the green. That blew my mind. I don't know how it did that. Oh, that's a layer? Okay. It is pretty neat. That is kind of a fun thing. I didn't know that existed. Maybe one day I'll be pro enough to close my line art. Yeah. I I will admit though, as somebody who learned to draw, so like my degree is landscape architecture. I don't use it, so I don't know why I keep bringing it up, but it's completely unimportant. But one of the things I remember, I was in a drawing course, like a very basic how to draw, like literally this kind of thing, like how to draw a tree, and you can draw like this, and then you make squiggles, and like, but as you get to like one of the sides, do like breaks, right? They taught us to do breaks here so that you could, um so like it kind of emulates like line weight. Even if you're using like a single line weight, it emulates line weight because you're causing breaks. It looks like there's sun, right? Then if you're going to do shading, you could shade like with big markers. You'd do something like this, right? You'd be like, we were taught to use like, maybe 3 or 4 different colors. So we might start with something like this, and then we would get lighter as we go up, and then you would do like another layer, and then you do like a and we were always, leaving white space was always a good. So something like that is how our, so we were taught to draw really basic stuff, but part of it was like that break in the line weight was like a really good thing, right? Because when you're drawing traditionally, that break in the line art is just appealing. It looks nice. Um, adds variety, and yet digital painting, because of the fill tool, it kind of teaches you not to do that, and I don't like that. I don't like that closing your line art is like a desirable thing, because I feel like it's conflicting with the actual drawing itself, because you want to use a tool, so you're changing your drawing so that you can use the tool, and it feels like a weird way of approaching it. This is the other tool that's hard to go with. It erases without crossing reference styles or reference lines. Is there a video? Isn't that just a clipping mask? I don't understand. I don't really understand what's happening. I sort of don't get it. I mean, it looks cool. It looks useful. This looks useful. Although I don't understand how it's distinguishing between. You may still have to erase them manually. This may not be the best eraser lines to be handled, but for things like overall flats, especially in the first stages, it can save a lot of time. Huh. Interesting. Not everything needs to hold on. I think you got to think about it from a production efficiency standpoint, though. Oh yeah, no, I totally agree. I totally get it. I totally get it. Yeah, yeah. There's definitely a point in time to do that, but it's yeah, it's desirable depending on the effect you're going for. I definitely prefer to work more loosely, so it's hard for me to do things that require inking. Yeah, fair enough. I feel like I just use the lasso tool for this, or the one. Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of people do that, right? Where they do their line art, and then they make selections for each part, so that they, even if they have breaks in their line art, they still have the selection, so they can still basically fill tool if they need, or they can make these clean shapes. Not everything needs to be bespoke all the time. I don't know what that word means, especially if it allows you to express more of your ideas because you saved some time. Oh, that's fair. Let me Google bespoke. Bespoke. Made for a particular customer or user. Making or selling bespoke goods, especially clothing. I still kind of don't know what that means. This is me being illiterate, not knowing what words mean. Uh, Speaking of words, no wait, I've already done the Wordle today. Dang it, and the connections. Unfortunately, I think I've done them. Maybe I haven't done connections. Let me see if I've done connections. Connections. I think I have. Yeah, I did. Unfortunately. Let's see. Erase along the edges looks handy for me. Yeah. Also, this music is intense. We're listening to soundtracks from, or like music scores from movies. Some intense stuff happening right now. I use the term pretty loosely. It means super high quality craftsmanship. Usually requires more time and money. Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah, I didn't know what that meant. Oh, speaking of not knowing what something meant, you okay, I'm gonna call you out, Sarah, because actually I'm calling myself out for not knowing something and I want to learn. You made a tweet with some of your recent like studies or classwork from a schoolism thing, I think. I think it was schoolism. And first of all, it was amazing. But on something you had, oh, what you had a word, um, which I didn't know that it was a thing. You had, gosh, now I'm calling. Now I need to find it. It was it on Blue Sky or X? I don't remember. Let's go to Twitter first. I think I retweeted it, so I'm pretty sure it was Twitter. Oh yes, here it is. The term altarpiece. What what is altarpiece? Like not in the biblical sense. Like I don't actually know what that is. And I felt like because the image itself is like a farmhouse type thing looking thing, and like there's trees and a lead in and a path, and it's kind of zoomed out, and like you have one of the scenes that says establishing, which to me that looks like a establishing shot, kind of. The altarpiece one makes me think of an establishing shot too, but I don't know what that word means in that context. A piece that belongs in an altar, something. No, 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 no. But that's not how they are using it. LOL, that's specifically from Ari Pan's class. It was one of the 5 classic compositions that you can fall back on. To be honest, I think she made up the word. Well, I no no, it's not a made up word. It's just what you drew in my mind, because like an altarpiece is a type of art, but it was like kind of like Siren said, it was sort of like a oftentimes they were like symmetrical compositions that you would put up above an altar. So like think of like holy works. And like I kind of understood it in that sense, but like not what you drew. So I was curious. Okay. But as long as you had a goal, I was like, you know what? I don't know what that means, and I'm afraid to ask. I was very afraid to ask because I thought, is this really a thing that like I have blanked on this whole time? Like, how do I not know what this is? But she described it as a scene where there's a very strong focal point, often central, brightly lit, and high contrast, and having a leading directional lines pointed. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Her example was like a shot of Excalibur in the stone. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, I just for some reason when I was looking at that, I was like, that. Yeah, I don't know. But I really like it. I love this stuff. Here I should just link to it because people can go retweet it because I'm yapping about it, and I feel like y'all should see since that's what I'm talking about. You know, so that's what I'm talking about. That image, a crimson chin, crimson chin. Is that what I'm drawing? She also called establishing shot an arrival shot, which was weird to me. I mean, makes sense, right? That's I. Although I think the problem I feel like with the term arrival shot is that it makes it sound like it has to come first, right? And I think technically you can establish the scene after you've already had characters. So like you could do like a 2 characters chatting, and then you could zoom out and show the overall view, and like you've established their context. So like making it sound like an arrival scene makes it feel like it has to come first. I mean, it almost always does, right? But it wouldn't technically have to. But yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with calling it different things. I was just curious. And I don't think altar piece is the wrong word. I think that's the right thing. I was just curious. The Crimson Chin from Fairly. I love Fairly Odd Parents, but I don't remember Crimson Chin. I have a really bad memory with stuff that I liked, or even with things that I liked, especially with things I didn't like. But that's a different. I think everybody's that way. I think when I watch shows and movies, I'm very like beat focused and like emotional focused. So like if something makes me happy, I remember long after the fact that I'm happy, but I will quickly forget what actually happened. So like I can always go and rewatch a movie that I knew I liked because I don't really remember what happened. I just knew that I loved it. So I'm like, "Oh, I liked this thing," but I don't know. And I'm kind of grateful that I'm that way because it makes watching movies really fun. Because I never, but it does make it hard to talk about movies and shows to people because they're like, they'll quote something. I'm like, I don't know that quote. They're like, yeah, but that was like the main thing. It's like, I don't remember it. Like, I remember that it was like, the big story beats maybe. But I'm not going to remember a random one liner. Like, I'm not going to remember dialogue lines. I'll remember what the dialogue led to, maybe. So yeah, that's a thing. That can go down there. This can go here. Some shapes going this way. Maybe something like that. I feel like that's kind of fun. I don't know. I'm not sure if this lead in is great. I need to send you a link. Okay, send me a link. Encrypted, what is this site? Static G static images. At least it looks like a JPEG. What is this? Gasp, I need to send you a link. I'm afraid to click this link. It looks sketchy as heck. What are you sending me? It's an image. Why is it linked from there? Did you just like grab it off Google Images? What's going on? The Crimson Chin. Oh, okay. Oh, I do remember him. Yeah. You clicked it and it's try uploading image and upload. It's more trust. Yeah, it just looked a little. I don't know. Right? I didn't recognize anything of the URL. I could tell it was an image though, so at least it kind of felt more trustworthy. But yeah, um, definitely you should try to make sure the link at least says like Google or something. I don't know, or yeah, Imager or really any clearly photo upload site. But anyway, just off Google Images. Gotcha. Yeah, Google Images pulls some random stuff, so you can end up pulling from weird sites. Hi, Evan. Hope you're doing well. I'm just doing some little patchwork right now with the red, and I kind of like it. It's sort of a fun way to. I don't know if I want to do that over here, actually. Some negative space. What do I want to do here? Hey Jay, always enjoy your streams and your art process. Hope all is well. All is well for me today. I'm doing grand. Also, I kind of like this top part, but I don't know how I want to do that. Maybe I do like a big thing up here. Yeah, that could work. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe I just stick this up there. I put this here. Then I don't like the shape. Now I feel like I need some sort of centerpiece. Hmm. All well? Oh well. Yeah, oh well. Oh well, all's well. I am doing well. Let's see. Okay, let's play around with some color dodge. Let's get some lighting in here. Just slapping in some bright light. Maybe from an angle. We get like a bit of light here. I don't know. Although it's hard to do lighting that like not the whole thing's being lit. And or to make it not make sense. One thing I like about this style of painting is that because I haven't figured everything out, I can kind of just play around with lighting um, and colors. Ooh, I do like this though. A little bit of light in there. I don't know how this light or like where it would come from. Maybe from this side. Yeah, that could be a thing. Although if I'm gonna light this side of the wall, I should probably light. And I realize lighting stuff with color dodge is a little bit wonky, but I think it'll work. If you use a soft hand, not a soft hand, a light hand, as opposed to a heavy hand, it's kind of okay. Star Wars? Yeah, it's Star Wars. The Ross Draws way. Does he do lighting with color dodge? I know he does lots of color dodge. Yeah, color dodge is great. Um, I think he more uses it to like push the lighting, right? He still does lighting first, or sometimes like for example, if you're already painting something like you know, these are going to be roof tiles or something, and you're already painting them. So let's bring in some other colors. I like using vivid light or hard light. Yeah, I don't use a lot of different lighting overlay methods like that. I should do more. Krita has hard overlay, which I like as well. Hard overlay. I never got around to playing with that. I don't know what that is. Hard overlay. Interesting. Yeah, what is the difference between hard over? Oh, thank you for the sub, Mr. Douf. Did I say your name right, Mr. Douf? Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the sub. That means a lot. Very generous of you. By the way, I mentioned this at the start of the stream, and I don't know why I'm bringing it up now, but I will again because I'm now that there's people here. I guess that's why I'm bringing it up again. Uh, I've been in the mood of like thinking of stream changes or upgrades or just doing things differently that maybe I've been doing, you know, stuck in my ways for a while. Um, are there any like I'd like to open like a suggestion box. Like, is there any stream suggestions or, you know, whether it's quality things or things I do that you'd like to see or maybe that I do that you don't want to see that are annoying? Maybe it's the way I talk. I don't know. Just any and every potential suggestion. I want to make stream better, but I never really know where to start or like what to do. So if you have any ideas, feel free to let me know. That goes for anybody. Okay, let's bring this out a little bit. Yeah, I'm not a big Star Wars fan, but the theme song's pretty chill. Or maybe not chill is the right word. But yeah. Okay, I like these colors with the gray and the red. It's kind of nice. Joe, what is this schoolism thing you saw? I saw you post. Oh, that was that wasn't me. Uh that was from Sarah. Sarah is hi Aurelia Bell. Sarah was doing a schoolism course. And she was sharing some of the classwork. And I had retweeted it and I was rambling about what an altarpiece is. And so I reposted the link. Um it was uh from Ari Pan, who is a concept artist at Riot Games, I think. I don't know for sure, but yeah. Okay, I hate Twitter, so I'm barely over there, but look good. Oh no, also Sarah is on sorry, I'm like promoting Sarah right now. Sarah's on Blue Sky too. Am I gonna do That's where she is right now? Gotcha. Sarah, you should just drop all your socials. Just self promo the crap out of this stream right now. Uh, Mr. Dope says, "You're welcome. Don't change anything. Your process is very helpful and relaxing." Oh no, I'm probably not going to change my process. Although I do want to point out that this process, I do it because it's relaxing. It's not necessarily the best for everything. Um, it's very much a build it up as you go kind of thing. It's Sarah LAN art everywhere but here in Discord. Good to know. All right, you guys can look up Sarah if you want. She's great. She does amazing work. Top tier top tier Twitter post. Holy crap, it's PCAT. We're getting a big raid by PCAT. How's it going? Welcome raiders. That's a bunch of people. How's it going? My name's Joe. I paint stuff. You're probably all stuck in ads, but if you aren't, Joe just blew up. Yeah, PCAT exploded my stream with all the people. Thank you for bringing your community over. Mustard Mouse, good name. Tulip Honk, also good name. Lots of good names. Fumio, the artist, thank you for the follow. Joe blew up. Welcome in, everybody. How's it going? PCAT, how are you? Yeah, we are sketching, and then in about 10, well, dang, I've been very slow today. Normally I have a bunch of thumbnails and then we vote on them, but today I'm just kind of noodling on the same few ones. But yeah, I do a lot of environments. Joe's place for arts and chats, yes, and just rambles. All the rambles. This is a just chatting stream with a little bit of painting. Sometimes we art. But yeah, what were art tax? Before I forget, art tax. I want to know what you were doing today, PCAT. Art tax. Also, random Star Wars music in the background. If the music's too loud, let me know. I cranked it up today because I changed my playlist, and I'm gonna turn it down a little bit. I changed my playlist today, just to like random non-classical music. No art tax. You were working on a commission for once in your life. Ooh, okay. Well, do you have socials then? Drop a link to the socials. I want to see socials. But yeah, here, let me start a new thumbnail because this is kind of what I typically do is a lot of quick sketching, um, compositional stuff and no socials. No, you're not. Hold on. I've seen your work before. You're not. Let's go to I don't know. Are you on Twitter? I'm just gonna Google. I'm just gonna Google you. PCAT art. You're on YouTube. You're on ArtStation. Where are you? Else are you? You're on Instagram. Here, I'll show the gram. Also, thank you guys for all the follows. That's so generous of you. Okay, here's some work. I assume this is you. I'm following you, so it probably is. Oh, I've been called out. Yeah, just Google you. Okay, here's some art by PCAT. Uh, we've got some arcane Sona. I didn't know that was a thing, but I love that it is. Character art and arcane vibes. Amazing. I love it. Look, look at the designs. Gave Zelda some armor so she can find Link herself. Amazing. Your art is great, by the way. Oh, are we gonna get into anything not safe for work? Oh, risque for stream. Family friendly stream. Let's see, what else? We've got oh, these are cute. I like those. I'm a sucker for cute art. But anyway, if you guys don't know PCAT, go follow PCAT. Also on YouTube, I think, according to someone. YouTube. Somebody said PCAT videos are pretty awesome. I don't think I've ever seen a PCAT video, so I don't know. But anyway, thank you so much for bringing your community over. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you, everybody who just followed. There was a ton of you. I'm a little overwhelmed. But yeah, I'm going to try and do a quick thumbnail because I've done very little today. Maybe something green. Maybe some greens and warm whites and yellows. I don't know. Maybe we could do like a forest. Maybe a hill, a nice hilly scene. Yippee, glad to be here. I'm glad you're here, Vex. Thank you for being here. Uh, Mac Gioppi. I don't know how to say your name. There's a bunch of you. I'm not ignoring. I was gonna say ignoring. There's a bunch of you that I can't. I missed your chats. Also, all the yeah. I should probably. I don't know. Anyway, let's sketch some random hill stuff. Make some shapes, some darks, some maybe some cool. I don't know. What do I want to paint? Good vibes. The good vibes are great. That's what Twitch is really good for, is the good vibes. There's so many amazing artists. Yeah, amazing artists on Twitch, great communities. And, I feel like for so long people have always been like, oh, art is so, lonely and isolating. It's like, I don't know, man. Twitch is like the opposite of that. Twitch is the most community-based thing. Like art has been more community based than most things I've done in life because of Twitch. So I'm not totally, yeah, I don't know. It's awesome. Your art looks so good. Oh, thanks. Yeah, just doing some sketching. I like to play around with colors. Even early, I'm a big fan of like just experimenting with colors and oh, layer modes and put some light in there. Just find color palettes that are nice. And then you work within those things. So sometimes I'll use overlays and color dodges. I like to just play around with stuff early on. That's very bright, but maybe we can get some of those lights poking through. I kind of like that. I'm a great artist friend to have. He's fun to chat with. Thanks. I appreciate it. I don't know I've ever been told that I'm great fun to chat with, but I appreciate it. That's nice to hear. Try hard light. Jojo, try hard light. I think you might like it. Hard light. Okay, we can try hard light. I very rarely use hard light. I mean, I have used it, but so if it's bright, it's fully opaque. If it's less bright, it's less opaque. But it can also make it darker. So it's kind of like overlay. So what's the difference between hard light and overlay? I actually don't know. It looks similar though to overlay. But it also looks more saturated if I go like these colors. Like the green is purely. I believe that all art community knows how hard it's to make art, so that's why most people are nice to each other. I like that theory. I think people in general are just nice. I don't know. Maybe that's naive optimism. I don't know. I think most people are just nice in general, and there's no reason to be mean on Twitch. Like, I think when if you're like super competitive, some sort of aggression can come out or something in like video games. But even on Twitch, people are overwhelmingly nice. I mean, you always get a good share of weirdos, but that's different. Ooh, pick a color for a thumbnail. Perfect. Charzia, long time no see. Okay, you have a color here. CFB77E. That color is this. Wait, Charzia, you just picked the background color. You literally picked this color for a thumbnail. Okay, let's do that. Charzia's trolling. Okay, Charzia picked my background color for a thumbnail. We can work with it. I'll add some darkness. I will keep that in there. I put this other color around it though to give it some contrast. People like to troll. Okay, let's so yeah, we'll go a little lighter and a little darker. We'll try to keep like the mid troll joke. I like the troll. Most of the color picking here. Okay, we will come back to this though. I'm just gonna finish out this thumbnail real quick. Little forest scene. I want to make it like more spindly, I think. Putting some little spindly shapes in here. Maybe try to play with some uh weird tree silhouettes. I don't know. Could be fun to do something a little different. Maybe this tree is like vines are coming towards us, or all of like this main central tree is sort of where all of the origins of the branches come from. So maybe there's less in the foreground. I don't know. We could do something like that. And then maybe there's some. I'm just doing some like little perspective lines, like that or something, sort of guiding us up to this big tree. I don't know, something like that. Heck yeah, PCAT raid. Yeah, PCAT raid. Brought. I don't think brang is a word. Is brang a word? PCAT brought their community over, which is very generous. But yeah. So okay, okay, I gotta ask, just random question. What were you guys chatting about in PCAT stream? Like what did you guys have any interesting art conversations? And if so, what were they about? When the paper color hits just right for your lights. So glad people are finding your stream, Joe. Nah, thanks. Thank you, Casey. I appreciate it. Always so fast you blink you miss the process. Yeah, I do like 90% yapping with like a little short burst of art. And so it's like I most of the time nothing's happening, and then all of a sudden stuff will happen and then you'll miss it because you got used to me yapping. So I do apologize. That just is how it goes sometimes. Also, for this, we have like a weird angle going on. So I'm just gonna uh, put in some horizontal lines or horizontal to the picture plane and just put that in there. We could probably rotate this if we wanted. I don't know. It's kind of fun this way. We talked about how they stay motivated when art gets hard. How do you stay motivated? Oh, I like that question. Um, I don't always stay motivated. I I'm not always motivated. I think there's all those quotes like you just show up and you do it and you treat it like a job kind of thing. Um, I saw something about like, and this is like a thing that a lot of artists do, right? They treat if art is your job, you just show up. It's you punch in at the start of the day and you do the work. And like some days you're going to be slightly less productive than others, but like it's still most so okay, so like with me though, most of the time my art will like if okay, for example, let's just take stream, right? There are days where stream is like, I'm not totally feeling it, but historically, right, in from my own experiences, if I stream for 30 minutes or so, I will get more into streaming, right? Or same way with painting. Maybe I'll start some painting and I'm like, okay, this color is kind of bland. I'm not really feeling it. But then I just play with it for a bit. You know, I just spend time doing it. I just sit down, start making shapes. Maybe maybe shapes, it doesn't really matter what the shapes are. Let's just make shapes, right? Here's some shapes. And I just start playing with shapes. And at some point, maybe I'll find something that works. You know, maybe and it like I don't have to be super motivated at every step of the way. I think you can be your own source of motivation just by doing like little thought experiments, right? I don't know if that made any sense. But I think a lot of times when I'm painting, because of the way that I'm painting, like if I don't even know what I'm gonna paint, it's hard to be motivated to paint some random thing. Um, but once the idea starts sort of formulating, once you start solving some problems, even something like this where I'm starting to get some, foreground, midground, background, I'm starting to get maybe a light source in here. Maybe there's some shapes popping in, and I'm like, oh wait, whoops, I still need this thing to be this color that we decided. So maybe I'll do like maybe it's like sand or something. I don't know. And then maybe I start to get an idea like, oh, what if this is like a sandy mountainy duney thing? I said E a lot, but like, maybe there's like sand, or it's in a mountain, so maybe there's some hills here coming down, um, and like, okay, now we're using this color, and maybe I want like a bluish sky, and like again, none of this is super exciting, but there is a point where you kind of start to motivate yourself, and I think that's true whether you're doing a specific art piece or an activity that maybe you're not super feeling. Um, I don't know. I do think it's a lot about sort of your mindset in it and like your energy, and sometimes you just have low energy and you don't feel like doing a thing, and I think that's okay. But I also don't think you have to. I think art should be primarily a hobby, and so you shouldn't be like, I've just got to sit down and do the work. If you want, if it's a hobby, who don't do it if you don't want. Nobody's forcing you. Now, obviously, if it is a job or you want it to be a job, you will probably have to learn how to treat it as as a job, and so, you can't just decide to only do your comic when you feel like it if it's your literal income, right? At some point you're going to just have to do it. So, you know, and also like your day to day is going to be doing the thing hopefully that you want to do. But I don't know. I think people undervalue their sort of ability to give themselves motivation a little bit. It's sort of like if you don't feel like going for a jog right now, then don't do it. It's like, well, sometimes you just gotta like start, and then you're like, oh, now that I'm up and I have energy and I've started running, now it's time for a jog. Also, I'm never in the mood for jogging. Jogging sucks. But with art, it's like I don't have to be in the mood for art right now, but chances are I will be once I sit down, get in the right mindset, start painting. I can do it. Okay, so here's some sandy stuff. We got that color in the background. We'll put some more of those colors. Maybe this is like a little building. Um, yeah, these could be little buildings. What keeps art fun for you? Oh gosh. Uh art, so for me, art is fun because it's how do I word this? I've actually thought of this exact question many times, and I always have a slightly different answer. Jogging is awful for sure. Yeah. No, I think art for me is fun. I mean, the short answer is because of the process. But no, that's not even right. For me, I think art is just it does offers. I mean, any activity. It could be soccer. It could be sports. It could be video games. It could be art. I think every activity just has a lot of things it does, right? A lot of activities give you a sense of community. A lot of activities are teamwork oriented. A lot of activities are things you can do on your own and they aren't teamwork oriented, right? A lot of activities have a high skill ceiling. Some activities are, shut your brain off and relax. Other activities are a good amount of challenge, right? Every activity has different things. Most people like different things about different activities, and I think art for me just has a lot of the things that I do like and very few of the things that I don't like, right? I think primarily I like that I can do it on my own, which means like it's also low stakes. That's a big one for me. I can try things, I can fail, I can experiment. There's only like, it's not like if I can keep learning and I can experiment and I can mess things up and it's okay. No one's gonna die. I'm not gonna lose a company billions of dollars because I made a goof or I wanted to try something silly with the company. Like, I don't have to do that. I can just do whatever I want. So super low stakes, endless skill ceiling. I think more than anything, art just for me it helps is like a catalyst to learning other things. I think all of life, I mean, I don't want to sound too like artsy, but I think all of life just becomes more interesting, like for me when I do art, because anything from architecture to the weather to people's facial expressions, all of that becomes super, not super exciting, but way more exciting than it would have been had I, if I not, if I didn't do art, right? I could go learn some random thing about botany or geology, and it's like, wow, this is really cool. Like I didn't know that, you know, like these little geological hotspots that created um I don't know, like Hawaii, like that phenomenon of how the Hawaiian Islands were created. Like that's a thing that's neat, but also if you're painting islands or you're painting an alien world, understanding what processes lead to what types of things, or if you're into creature design, understanding, you know, like animal biology and physiology and like how they move, and maybe like, oh, this tail is for balancing and this other animal uses its tail as a weapon and this other animal uses its tail for flight. Like maybe all of these things can help inform your design decisions, and or in, maybe it's architectural choices. I don't know, it just adds like a little bit of interest to life because suddenly everything is relevant for more than just whatever it, like, on the face of it, it's not just a random fact, it's a fact you can actually use. Everything becomes something you can use, whether it's storytelling or whatever. Botany is probably a lot of fun to, sure, sure, but you don't even have to be a plant lover to like botany if you frequently paint things that would have plants, right? If you're a character designer and you want to paint a dryad, well, suddenly your knowledge of botany and of plants is going to inform your choices. You will be a better character designer if you learn some botany, right? You will become a better character designer if you want to learn something about, you know, rocks and magma and uh, you know, volcanoes, because you could paint a molten lava character. You could paint some rock character who can like, you know, heat himself up and he turns into lava. Like just you can make your designs more believable, and that stuff becomes a little bit more exciting. So like you don't have to love the thing. That's what I'm saying, right? You don't have to be a plant lover. You can, but art can make you like plants a little bit more, right? It can make you like geology a little bit more. It can make you like the physics of light a little bit more. You don't have to be like a super into physics to like art, but art can make you be super into physics. So it's kind of this like, I don't know, it just makes it sort of colors the world a little bit. Anyway, my that's my answer is it does a lot of things, and those things I find that it's hard to get in that same package elsewhere. Also, like, community is great, but the fact that it's a solo activity and there's a great community. I think another community that I could really get into, I think, would be like speedrunning. because it kind of has that same thing where there's like a tight knit community, but it's a thing that you do on your own, and there's a high skill limit where you. But I think the difference with like speed running is like you don't have like that like it's not new every time, right? Which is fine, but I like the new thing. How about speedrun art? No. Um, but so I think there's a lot of activities that I could really like, and I don't think, unlike some people who are like, I just have to do art. I don't think I would have to do art. I think I choose to do art because I enjoy it, and it offers me lots of things that I feel like are hard to get elsewhere, but I could get them elsewhere. This sandy scheme. Yeah, it's a little bit sandy today. We're doing a sandy vibe. This was the color palette one. Red button of death. Ooh, red button of death. Oh, also, sorry. Color is, oh, since most armor is just gray shades of gray. What am I looking at? Ooh. Color is tough. Is that what you meant? Color is tough? Color is tough. Also, I really like these. I need art help if you got a second. It's armor. I don't usually draw armor. Color is tough since most armor is just gray or shades of gray. What is your issue with armor? I'm not great at armor, but yeah. I mean, I I would not. I mean, I think your drawing is good. I mean, shiny stuff reflects the environment around it, right? So if I were to draw armor in this environment, you would be reflecting the sky, right? I mean, I'm not here. Let me try it. So like, if I were to draw like a piece of armor, right, just a big sphere, you'd get, because it's shiny, you'd get one very dark darks, right, and you'd get very light lights. But what you'd also get is like you'd bounce a lot of those colors in. So you'd have those, the sky above would be some color. You'd get a lot of these colors. Let's go like this, right? So it's not just gray. You'd get the color of the sky in there. You'd get a bunch of highlights from the sun. You know, um you'd get a lot of very dark darks because armor is very shiny, and so you get a lot of those very dark darks. Um, it's not, it's reflecting the environment, right? If you had a you know a green tree down here, right? You'd see a bunch of green in here, and it would be reflecting it in a way. Um, you might even see literal trees in here depending on how smooth it is. Uh, but yeah, I mean, again, I'm not great at armor, but typically in armor you see a lot of these like big highlights. You see a lot of these big shadows. So I think it's probably useful to think of armor not as gray, but as just a shiny surface. Like, yes, you can use gray as a base, but I don't know. I think shininess. Also, just look at real life references, right? So like, because there's a lot of armor out there, a lot of metal stuff. I don't know. I'm not great at armor, so I don't really have good advice. How do you guys do that Discord image thing? Oh, so to do the Discord image thing, I will show you. Once you post an image in Discord, you can click that image, right click, copy link, and that's it. Link copied. And then you can post that link directly in Twitch. So, whoops. Then you can go like that. And when you click it, it'll open up in a new tab, just like this. So, yeah, if you ever want to link an image, you just right click it. I think if you're on the app or not, it changes. But yeah, that's, so you don't actually, and it doesn't actually put you in the Discord, right? That's the thing. You're not doing copy image, you're copying link. Does it have to be a server post? Yeah, I mean, you'll have to post it in a server, but it could be like a private server, it could be a public server, it could be your own that you use. It doesn't have to be mine. Depending on how well the armor is kept, you may have rust or yeah, and depending on so depending on the armor, you might have, you know, it might be very rusty. You might have lots of stuff. There might be grime. I think just like anything, you typically start out with your, your light and your shadow. Some armor is very shiny, some armor isn't. If it's very shiny, it's going to have higher reflections, right? If it's not shiny, you may not have those reflections. You might also get, different colors and grime. Maybe if it's copper or something, maybe you'll get some like greenish patinaed color in there. Um, you could get different colors. Some reds, some oranges. Like sometimes it'll pick up its own color. But you're still gonna do things like if your sky is blue, for example, right? You're still gonna get that blue into the shadows a little bit. The environment matters for really everything. Again, I'm not great at armor, but this probably doesn't even look like metal. But anyway, the point I'm making is you will get blue into the shadows. It's just everything's a little more shiny. But yeah, I don't know. I think doing an armor study would be fun. I haven't done metal in so long. I paint environments. How many metal environments do I paint? Like 0. Yeah. But no, it doesn't have to be a server post if you do copy link. You can post it in our Discord though. I do have a Discord. You can join. Thank you, Charzia. You can use that link that Charzia posted. Let's just sketch in some shapes here. And then what? Maybe some sky. I think what's fun. So I'm not claiming to be great at rendering. In fact, it's probably one of my weakest areas. But I will say, rendering is kind of. I think there's different ways to think about it because I think the way that I try to view rendering is sort of like it almost doesn't matter what you're rendering. It's kind of the same. Like different things will be rendered differently, but the thought process is the same, right? You have a light source, it has a volume, you render it with a light source. The shadow color, there's going to be ambient light coming in from somewhere probably. If not, it's going to just be black, but there probably will be some sort of fill light, whether it's the sky or a bounce light from the thing off a wall. There's going to be some light making its way into your shadows, and then your light's going to have a direction, it's going to have a strength, it's going to have a color, right? And then you're basically lighting things, like if it's a sphere, you're going to have a direction of the light, and then there's going to be shadow, and some materials are shiny, some aren't. If it's shiny, it's going to have higher, contrast in the darks and lights. If it's more matte, it's going to have less contrast. If it's like a metal, it might have little nicks and dings where it reflects some light. So there's going to be lots of like it almost doesn't matter what you're painting. Those same concepts apply, right? If I'm painting a leaf, let's say there's a big old leaf here. I don't know. Right? This leaf is going to have some sort of light that's bouncing in. Maybe it's from the sky. It might be a bluish light. Leaves can be pretty shiny. They can have like that waxy material. So maybe there's like a waxy material on it, right? You might have some texture where it's less waxy, but also it's you might see some of that. It's not so much that it's less waxy, but it's more that it's because it's shiny. In certain areas, you're not going to get that shine, right? And then underside, maybe you see something different, like maybe it's a different color, maybe a different value, and there's less light, but maybe that light is cooler, and so you get a little bit, bluer or something, or maybe it's greener. It just kind of, I feel like rendering stuff tends to be, again, I'm not great at it, but the thought process is kind of the same. You're gonna take a nap. Someone vote for 6. Yeah, I don't know when we're gonna vote. I guess we'll vote here in just a second. We're gonna vote on thumbnails, which one to work on till the end of stream. Blending gives me conniptions. I don't know what that word means. What does conniptions means? That's above my vocab level. I don't think I'm mentally prepared to show real living beings anything I create. Yeah, no worries. You don't. Nobody has to share anything. Nobody needs to share anything. But we are. I do want to point out though, that, um, I think one of the nice things about Twitch art community is that, like someone said, everybody understands art is hard. Everybody understands it's a skill. Everybody starts skills at zero and then builds, levels up as they go. So like, I think for me personally, I actually find seeing like work that is, maybe not super pro level, but the person clearly likes art and they enjoyed spending time doing it. I actually find those works really inspiring because it's kind of the like it's always like I don't know, it's very motivating. I actually can get really inspired by seeing other people's work. Um, and I almost want to say especially when they're not like super pro. Like obviously if you're like a master renderer and your skills are just outstanding, like there is something awe-inspiring about it, right? Like, I aspire to be like you. There's educational material like, I what can I take away from this and how can I get your skills? Um but I think there's something about work. I don't know what it is, but there's something about work done by just, a person who a hobbyist or someone who just likes painting. It doesn't matter what skill level you are. That's just really inspiring to see. Oh, thank you for the raid. Diabolic art. Do you do diabolical art? I gotta know what kind of art you do. I'm gonna assume it's like macabre or like satanic imagery. Now I gotta know. How's it going? Anti-Link, hello! Long time no see. Actually, it hasn't been that long. Hello there, we bring fire. Nice. Fire. Fire's cool. But yeah, welcome in, Raiders. My name's Joe. I paint stuff, mostly environments. We are doing some... I'm trying to bring in this... Somebody had picked this color of the background as the color for the redeem. So I'm trying to incorporate that into my scene and start with that color. Maybe there's like a wall here. But yeah, hope everyone's doing well. Hope your weekend was good. It's Monday today. Joe, you just gotta check her stuff out. I want to. Give me art packs. Give me the links. Now I draw a lot of fire sometimes, but basically splash art's nice. I'd love to see. I want to see your work. Yeah, I do a lot of yeah, just environments, a lot of sketching, playing around with color and light and composition and that early stages of painting where it's more like vibes than it is like concrete, fleshed out and yeah. I do a lot of vibe painting. Is I know actually isn't so okay. I don't know. No, we're not gonna get into that. But yeah, no. A lot of my painting is more about just like those early impressions and and feelings and making you like yeah, kind of trying to like self-inspire, I guess, by just drawing stuff that is like this makes you feel a way, and then you're like, I want to continue it, or I could imagine something happening here, or getting scorched. Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see the art tax. Drop a link. But yeah, I'm gonna. I guess we can just vote real quick. Um, although I do feel like I didn't do this one justice. We were given this as a prompt. You want a torch as well? I don't know what that means, but yes. Yes, is that a suitable answer? I think so. Ooh, look at that super blue. Yeah, I don't know what that means. A torch. Okay, that's very bright. I don't think I like that. That's ugly. Okay, I feel like a dark red would do good in some of these shadows. I'm using color burn. That's why I'm like, why is this so ugly? Okay, I I was using color burn and I couldn't figure out why my colors were so bad. I'm like, what is happening? I didn't. Okay, we bring fire best served on torches. Ooh, let's take a look. Ooh, this is super cool, dynamic, and exciting. Look at the pose and the fire. That is fire. This is amazing. Burn? Yeah, color burn. So it's like the opposite of color dodge. It's not a very useful thing to use, I feel like, but maybe some people use it. Look at this. This is super cool. I love the big silhouette of the dragon in the back with the character, the dynamic pose. Very splash arty. I like it. I like it a lot. This is cool. So yeah, very good movement and it's yeah, it's great. I like this stuff a lot. The hand reaching towards, the fun lighting. I whenever I see lighting like this, I always remember like I have this rule, not it's not a rule. It's like a self rule, and even though I don't always follow it, but the rule is that whenever I paint environments, for every material that I have, I want to make sure that the material is in both light and in shadow. So like if I'm going to have a red brick roof, I'm not allowed to just put a bunch of dark red in my image and say, "Oh, it's a roof in shadow." I have to put some of it in light. And I do that because it helps one show the material, but it also is just a fun opportunity to show like light can the colors can change depending on the material, and it just I don't know, it just adds something. And I don't always do that, but I try. It's one of my like my pet rules. Pet rules, is that a word? I don't know if that's a word. But yeah, so I always like it when people put little splashes of light here and there to like show what they're painting. Okay, but I want to put some red in there and then it's some orange maybe because this color is definitely something that I want to have show. This is the color that was required to be in the image. So maybe it'll just be our lighting color. But yeah, anyway, I'm not sure I like that thumbnail. That's okay. All right, let's do a vote. Well, we are gonna make sure I arrange these in such a way that I can move it over here. I also like doing that. I like putting details in the light and have very minimal details in shadow. Yeah, I mean, I don't. Oh, see, I actually like the opposite. I like the details in the shadow. I like strong blasting, like white lights. I know I don't always do it, but I actually really prefer, super bright, not white, but like a very warm light that's kind of blasting throughout the scene. And then I like to work within the shadows and get a bunch of nuance of color and if I want to add like reds in here or oranges or browns, I can do that. But I mostly do that in the shadows. I get all that interesting lighting information in there. um, but yeah, typically my lights are very uh, not necessarily blown out, but I don't know. My favorite lighting scenarios are like a backlight, right? Where everything's in shadow and that's where the details are. But it really depends. It sort of depends on what I'm painting. Obviously, some scenes like this, if I am doing a lot of light stuff, I might choose to just simplify all the shadows and focus, mostly on the lights. It kind of depends on what the focus of the painting is. And I think in a perfect world, I would just do the type of lighting based on like I think you can do either, right? I think you can focus on the lights and do the detail in the lighting, especially if it's like softer light and your darks can kind of all merge together. Or you can do the opposite, which is, blow out your lights and then have your shadows kind of the nuance of the lighting information is in your shadows. Um, I feel like you can do either. and probably something in between. Smaller brushwork in the light. Gotcha. Okay. I think that's pretty okay. Let's vote. I'm gonna make a straw poll real quick. Straw poll. So yeah, first of all, just thank you guys for being here. I appreciate it. One of the things we like to do here on stream, which is not going to be news to anyone, is voting. We like to vote. Democracy at its finest. Anyone can vote. Whichever thumbnail is the winner is the one that I will work on till the end of stream. I will, if some of these aren't going to have like clear visions, so I will take them and I will try to do something with them that doesn't suck. So there's the straw poll. You can vote. There's a link in chat. I will pin it to chat. Oh, I see an Instagram by Diabolic Art. No, that's not Instagram. What I'm talking about. Never mind. Oh no, that is an Instagram. I'm gonna look through your art. Ooh. Ooh, I like what I'm seeing. Very, very polished. I like it. So yeah, seeing the work in progress earlier, it's really cool to see like where you take it. What would you do if I selected all? You can select all. Oh, sorry, you can't see them. I'm being dumb. Sorry. You couldn't. That was the worst setting up. Okay, there we go. Now you can see them. Obviously, ignore number 6. Number 6 is not an option. Here, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna go like that. That way I can make it larger. There. I'll take away my face for a brief moment. But yeah, thank you so much. Do you art as a pro or a hobbyist? So kind of somewhere in between right now. I have done professional work and I do, but I also have a non-art job as like a side as a part-time job. So like I do half art, half non-art, pretty much. Um, but I think the broader thing is like I think I don't know. Maybe that's not even the same part of the question. I'm just gonna go on a rant. I think everybody should do art as a hobby first, right? So I don't know. I think there's always gonna be a point where like you you're building your skills, you're building portfolio, you are forming connections maybe, and like you could be doing professional work, but you're not. And then you slowly start to get some commissions here and there, and then maybe you get a commercial job here and there. But you're still mostly doing it as a hobby, and then eventually you're like, oh, now I'm totally sustaining myself. Like I'm somewhere in that process, right? um I've done a handful of commercial things for like small individual like small startup companies or just smaller companies. um a lot of commissions for individuals, um but not any like super high end commercial work. So but between streaming and chatting about art and taking on like some commissions, I don't know, personal commissions aren't really my goal. um but definitely more like industry work with companies or something like that. Hobby, currently working as freelance artist. The progress you saw is a commission. Oh, nice. I only heard stream, wasn't reading the stream. Sorry, I misunderstood. Oh, no worries. I was reading a question. Uh somebody asked if I was if I do art as a pro or hobbyist. What kind of stuff do you do? So I've done some like I don't know what you want to call it. Like mostly like single or well, I've done a little bit of concept work for like tabletop RPG type stuff. I've done a little bit of more illustrative work for like I don't know what you want to call it, like if you have a company who has like a theme of like, I'm just gonna make this up, but like dark forest or something. Like maybe it's a fragrance, or maybe it's maybe it's a dice company or something, or maybe it's a whatever. It could be anything. Um, and then like an illustration that kind of represents like either a play on words based on their brand or stuff like that, right? So it's more like illustration for company. Um, and then those are like the two main things I've done. And then of course there's like, D&D like illustrations for individuals that isn't commercial, but as far as commercial work, most of it is just things going to be used on people's websites, that is illustrations that kind of incorporates elements of the thing, of their brand into it. Brand, not so much brand design, more like just brand illustration. Like they already have a brand. Yeah, they already have a brand, but it's more like you're using their brand. Yeah, anyway, but that I've done a few of those. But mostly it's like most of it has been like early concept work for like, or like the last thing I did, for example, was for a tabletop RPG type thing, and it basically doing some early sketches of locations. So like not the actual illustrations, but concept art of the, more like concept art of the locations. So I was commissioned to do a handful of those, um, and it was kind of on like a tight deadline because they were going to actually use them as like supplemental material and like in pitches for like to their agent. So like it wasn't from the agent, but it was from the person who owns the product, and it was like they had an additional idea but they weren't really sure how to pitch it, so they just like, I'm just gonna make the thing and I'll hire you. And I don't know, so stuff like that, where it's like it wasn't necessarily a full-time gig, but it's stuff like that anyway. But most of the stuff is not commercial. Anyway, are we voting? I don't know. Sorry, I got on a ramble. We are voting. I'm gonna vote for 5 and 4. And yes, you could vote for all of them if you wanted. What's your goal, like your dream job? I would love to do environment concept art for like like I think I total dream. So I don't know. I have a couple dream jobs, but total dream job would be like the very early like vision design of like environment concept art for. I guess you could do movies, but mostly like tabletop games, or like think like Magic the Gathering, but the concept art for Magic the Gathering. So not necessarily the illustrations, although that would be cool too, but we are exploring, a new planes and Magic the Gathering. Let's just use an old one like Innistrad. Those early sketches where they're establishing the color palettes, they're establishing the lighting and the rules of the world. So that they have some style guides and that kind of thing. That would be basically what Sam Burley does. So I don't know if you know who Sam Burley is, but he works for, as far as I know, he still works for Wizards of the Coast. But he's a concept artist. He very rarely does art. Um, or sorry, very rarely does card art. But he does concept art for them. So a lot of loose sketches, but sort of explorations. I don't know. That would be my dream job. That's not realistic though, because there's not a lot of those jobs probably floating around. But that would be a thing. Okay, number 5 is won the vote. We'll work on this one till the end of stream. Perfect. I would also like to do like color key type stuff. That would be fun. Color scripting. I think that would be a neat job. There's a lot of jobs I would like to do simply to have done them. Not necessarily like I don't. It's always hard to know if a job would be like if you like the job or if you like the idea of the job. I think that's always hard to tell. And I don't know. I don't know if I would actually enjoy the day-to-day work of doing like color scripts. I think that would be fun, actually, but I don't know for sure. And maybe doing more like concept art, like the early stage stuff of like the blue sky phase, right, where you're trying to establish the visual styles and looks of a place. I may not enjoy that as much, you know, like when you're actually working under certain deadlines and certain companies, and you get the all that other stuff involved that isn't just the art. You know, it's sometimes you don't enjoy that stuff. So that's really cool. I didn't know there was a separate role for the conceptualizing that stuff. Yeah, yeah, they have concept artists. And most of them I think work in house with the team, probably with the writers, because there's a lot of writing that goes into it as well, on the creative side of things. So yeah, that would be like, I think that would be my dream job, just because, well, it's just like a dream job. It's like, you know, like I think the most realistic like version of concept art tends to, like, especially if you're doing like environment concept art, a lot of it tends to be like props, right? You're doing a lot of like, here is a tree, right? Yes, this is a forest, but you're not doing the big establishing shots. You know, you're not doing stuff like this that's like the mood and the vibe of the place, right? You're saying, here's a building, here's what a window looks like. You know, you're designing the windows, you're designing the building, you're showing how the pieces are put together so a 3D modeler could actually build it, right? You couldn't build this, right? This is not something you could build. Um, you know, you don't know how the pieces fit together. I haven't shown you how these tiles overlap, right? But every once in a while there are yeah, color scripts would be cool. But every once in a while there are concept art jobs that are sort of this like early stage concepting, where you're figuring out like the big shape designs, and it isn't the little minute details. Um, that's not the normal job, but those would be like my dream jobs. Um, but they don't give like new artists those. Those are like the people who've been there for a while. But did you say color scripts like as a question? Like, what is that? That's typically like an animation. Like, you will, um, like different scenes and beats in the story will have different moods and oftentimes colors. And if you kind of look at a movie, maybe it starts very gray and it builds up over time, and like the lighting of the scene needs to reflect the mood and the story. And so you're designing some of the lighting, you're designing the colors, you know, it, depending on what you're working on. I don't know all of the details of it, but a lot of times it might even be things like the colors of objects, you know. If you're doing an animated series, you know, and you're in someone's bedroom and it's supposed to look a certain way, maybe it's where things are placed and to draw attention, and not where things are placed, but like how to draw attention, or like certain colors to evoke the mood in the story that you're trying to tell. Um, so it's more like storyboard. No, no, it's not so much storyboard. It's the mood and the lighting. A lot of mood and lighting. So sometimes you can see people do like gray model paint overs, where you have like, or gray box paintings where you have like the models of a 3D scene, and you might do like a paint over to show the lighting in different versions of that. Generally though, you'll have some sort of idea of like what the story is. A lot of color scripting works very like hand in hand with directors, because you're kind of figuring out how to tell a story, and you're doing that with lighting, right? So you are in some ways directing. I mean, I guess you could say it's kind of like storyboard, but more or less environment. but not necessarily more environment, but it's just more lighting. But anyway, again, those are jobs that you don't typically have like a lot of people doing, I don't think. I think it's typically much more. Here, let me start painting. Sorry, I'm rambling and not painting. But yeah, a lot of those jobs are things that I would love to do a little bit of. I don't know if I would like to do them forever, but just to say I have done it, or just to, learn, because I think there'd be so much stuff to learn, like if you're, especially if you're like working with a director or something, like that's not a thing that everybody does, and I feel like you just would learn a lot. You're I don't know, it just seems like a really cool thing to do. So much of art is interdisciplinary, and I like that aspect. And there's always cool things to learn. I was rambling about this earlier about like why I like art at all. And I think that's one of it. Is like it makes everything more exciting, and there's just so many cool things that you could learn in a lot of these environments where you're working with like the writers, or in like the case of the Magic the Gathering concept arts, right? Maybe you're working with the writers and some of those early stage like maybe even the mechanics, right, of the cards. If you're doing the concept art, like we want a lot of you know um flying creatures without wings. How do we illustrate, how do we show this visually to show flying creatures without wings, so that we can create a visual language so that when you look at a card as a player, you know the creature has flying, despite it breaking their age-old rule of the creature needs wings if it's going to have flying, right? Typically, flying creatures have wings, or they're very clearly flying, right? They're hovering or something. Um, that is like a rule that Magic the Gathering writes into their thing. It's like, you can't show if a card is going to mechanically, it needs to be represented in the work, and sometimes that requires some problem solving from the concept artist, especially if you're doing something innovative, like you know characters who have flying but most of the time don't fly. Like that's hard to show, especially if they don't have wings. Or like, how do you, like, there was a set that took place under the world, like inside the earth. Think of like Hollow Earth type conspiracy theories. It took place in like inside of the earth. Well, how do you show vast landscapes? Where's the light source? Where's, like, how are you, like, what rules when you give these art prompts to the artists? Like, what are you what are you telling them so that all the work sort of is cohesive, and a lot of that's coming up with sort of a style guide. You're figuring out what is the visual language of this set, or of this particular project. And I think that would be a lot of fun, because it's a lot of problem solving, but it's a little bit different problem solving than you might see in like if you're doing like a video game, right? A lot of concept artists are doing design work. They're not solving those big broad concepts, right? They're solving the very like minutia type things, and I like the big broad concepts. I just think they tend to be more fun to work on. But the minutia stuff's not bad either. I don't know. It just depends. I'm kind of, maybe I'm weird in this, but I truly think I can enjoy pretty much any kind of. I don't. There's gonna be good things about all of it. World building and a visual approach. Well, yeah, I mean that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Exactly. Visual world building. I mean, yeah, exactly. This is a big tree. That's what I'm painting. A big old tree. Maybe there's some light poking through up here. This is kind of what we almost painted last time, although I think this one has a better. Yeah, maybe there's some stuff. These are some branches that are coming out from the tree. So we have like one big central tree, and then these shapes. There, that kind of works. We got some shapes here. I'm trying to make this one look like it's kind of coming towards us. Maybe we put some like stuff on top. Normally I would do like a moss or something, but I want to do something different. I want to put some like red. What if it's like red moss? So we get some reddish colors in here. Something that's a little different than what you might expect. A normal type of... That's something that I said at the start of stream that I wanted to do is... So, okay, I'll retell the story. So I've been playing a bit of Minecraft lately, and typically when I play Minecraft and if I do any building, I like the adventuring side and like the survival stuff, but sometimes when I do building in Minecraft, I tend to stay pretty naturalistic, a lot of greens, earthy tones, that kind of thing. And I've kind of struggled with some of the more vibrant color palettes and blocks that are, you know, using them in ways that are a little bit less intuitive. And I actually wanted to bring some of that into my art because it's hard to, like, you know, like trees that are bright red, you know, stuff like that, where there are definitely ways to make it look nice and make it make sense. But it's not something that I do a lot. So I want to bring in some of those like brighter colors into my natural stuff because I think it's just would be fun. So I might do some like, you know, putting little colors here and there. Maybe it's flowers. Maybe it's little like vines sticking up. You know, like a fungus going up the branches or something. I don't know, just playing around here, just having fun, incorporating some different color palettes than what I would normally do. So that's what I want to do. I like the techno shapes, the techno type shaped on the ground, like overgrown Tron shapes. Oh, I don't know what you mean by techno shapes, but like this stuff where like you're like these things, like the like almost like like a circuit board. Is that what you mean? The Lorax? No, not so much that. I just mean like unusual color palettes. You know, imagine you had like a tree, but at the base of it, there was like a fungus that grew that was like, you know, bright purple, and then as it went away, it dissipated into like the green of the grass, right? And like stuff like that where it could exist kind of, and it would kind of look normal, but it's just a little bit wacky, right? It's like a weird um synthetic man-made future shapes. Also, hi Joe the Wizardy. Hmm. I don't quite know what you mean, but I'm doing a lot of scribbling right now. Like exotic, alienish vibes. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think Avatar has some of that. Although they stay pretty well um in the naturey vibes. But even, you know, the stuff that they do in nature is still you know, they do have some bright colors for sure, and most of it's very much directly inspired by realistic things. You can pretty much point out the examples. But yeah, I think Avatar is a good example. I love Avatar. Its design is great. I really enjoy the work the concept artists have done on it. Some of this stuff can here on top of these. That way we can get some nice dark shadows under here. It almost has a glass or ice vibe with straight edges. Hello to you too, sir. But yeah, alien-ish planets are nice. Although it is nice to have them rooted in reality. I think if it's too alien, you lose that storytelling and that thing. Although I will say, I think one of the key features of like alien planets to make them feel real and not just too unique, is to have like a through line logic. Like you need logical sense. So think like a fungus propagating up a tree. It's kind of, it makes sense that it might start at the bottom and grow up, right? Even if you don't know what the fungus is, you don't really know what effects it's having. The fact that it's
spreading is like a realistic phenomenon and we can understand it by looking at it, right? It's not just random bits of color, it's following like a process, right? Or um things that happen in stages, and that you might catch them at very, like a flower opening, but you'll see some flowers that are closed and some that are half open and then some that are fully bloomed, right? um and so you could have some alien creature like a clam type thing that is kind of closed and then it opens, and so you can show it at various stages and like we can understand it even if we don't know what the heck we're looking at. They're sort of like, oh, I understand what it's doing, I just don't know what it is, right? I like that stuff. I like thinking about how do you show, like, how do you make something unfamiliar more familiar, without sort of just relying on cheesy, overdone, like, ways of doing it. Do I dislike city civilization, or are you just uncomfortable with it? Oh, no, I don't mind. I like cities. What do you mean? No, I love cities. Um, no. I'm not like an anti city person. No. I just enjoy environments. It doesn't have to be naturalistic environments. It could be cities. Scavenger's Reign is excellent alien world building. Yeah, that's actually one of the examples I've used. I've never seen Scavenger's Reign, but but that's a good example where you have like creatures that do a thing, and then something else happens from that, and then something else comes and eats that, and like you see the life cycles even though you're not really sure what's going on, and it's just like populated with all these little things. um, yeah, but no, I don't have to be painting, like, is it a must watch? Okay, I haven't seen it, but yeah, I don't paint a lot of people. I do enjoy people and environments though, is like, they're certainly good for scale. They're good for lots of things. Also, here, let me share. I don't know if you went through my Instagram. I do. I mean, I have a lot of like buildings and stuff. I don't know if that counts as cities. Like here, I have like bigger bigger landscapes. Here's an interior, like a little area with like a cat and a bunch of potions or perfume and stuff. Um, I have like landscapes, right, with cities and people. This one has some people in it, um, right? So I have lots of, this scene has lots of people in it. Oh, this is the process that I. This isn't typically my process where I do like a quick sketch with like a mood, and then I start shaping it and I render it. So yeah, this one has some people, a little bit of storytelling, but it's not like character focused, right? It's still very much, environment focused. Oh, that wasn't even finished, right? It's still very environment focused, but there's a little bit of story going on. This one has a lot of people. This is very loose, though. That's about as Yeah. I think that's as far as I took it. Um, this scene, my holiday card had a lot of people in it. I don't know if that counts. No, I don't mind painting some people. But I mostly paint, when I do paint people, I typically prefer to do like crowds of people, or um or just like small characters or something that isn't actually a person. The crudes. Ooh, I like the crudes. The crudes is fun. How are you going about color picking while you're painting? Oh, so I color pick with Alt. So literally just color pick Alt. And I'm mostly picking from my canvas once I've established some colors. Sometimes though, like in this, because I'm not actually a huge fan of the colors yet, I make most of my color choices are more like I well so I, also Sazamon, hello. Um, Snow falls on the sun. I don't know if you're, or wait, who has the question? Vex Jester. I don't know if you were referring to like physically how am I picking my colors, like using Alt to color pick, or using the slider, which I will do a little bit of. Um, but I think the choice of how and why I'm making a choice is more interesting to me. So I'm gonna talk about that because that's a good conversation topic. And for that, I do more of like again, there's a little bit of like I try to use logical ways of thinking. So like um warm and cool. Sometimes there's like a story. So for example, if I have like a warm sun shining in, right? Maybe the warm sun is up above and it's shining in and it's cooler. So maybe I want down here to be like a cooler blue green or something, right? So maybe I bring in some cooler colors, like literal blues, and I put it down here, right? In the shadows, literal blue colors. That way this stuff up here can be a little bit more orangey, a little bit more bright, right? So sometimes there's stuff like that. Also, I was on the wrong layer. Let's undo that. Um, that also really works if you're doing like an overlay. I try not to use too much overlay at this stage in the painting, but I will say it does make for some very nice sunsets. Um, maybe we do some cooler colors down here. That way you get that nice bright feeling of the light coming in, but anywhere the light isn't hitting, it's a bit cooler. Yeah, just color theory basically, and how color theory can affect the mood and the story of the painting. So if you kind of know what you want to paint, and you kind of have a direction, you can sort of push it in one way or the other. So this might have been my sketch, and I was working with it for a bit. But as I start thinking about which direction do I want to push the colors, I start thinking about like, okay, maybe I can push it a little bit more towards sun, and there's a little bit of a story with the lighting, right? And when I say story, I just mean like a logical process, right? Like the sun is coming from a direction, it hits the stuff, and then it scatters, and then it makes its way down to the ground, and then there's a something that is impenetrable with the light, and so it's opaque. And like that helps me decide at where am I putting the light, what is the light doing. When it hits these leaves and it scatters, the light will become, less saturated, or sorry, it'll become more saturated because it oftentimes is like this white, and as it bounces through the leaves, it'll become more and more saturated. So you'll get these like very vibrant greens right along the edges. That can be quite a neat look if you really want to make something feel sunny and bright. Is to put those vibrant colors right along the edges where the light's filtering through. And so maybe I'm choosing to do that. And so how do I choose colors? Well, I'm making the choice based on my knowledge of how light actually works, and also cranking up the artisticness of, using my artistic license to to push it in one direction or the other. And then also thinking about things like, uh, uh, what am I thinking of? Composition. So like, am I going to put a bunch of green up here? Well, no, because I don't want us to look up there. So maybe I'll do like a darker silhouette or something, right? To kind of bring the vision back into this direction. Um, and so that's less to do with color, but some of it's color choices. Want to see creepy intestines you're working on? Sure. Sure, let's show me those creepy intestines, Joe the Wizardy. I'd love to see. As long as, I mean, hopefully they're not photorealistic. I'm not sure I need to see that. And then maybe some of this light comes in here and it bounces in these things that are like these little red tendrily things, and maybe these red tendrils, maybe depending on what material they are, maybe they catch some light and they show some very vibrant saturated colors in here where the light is hitting. So maybe we get a few little specks of very very bright light, but mostly, right? But mostly these are going to be a darker material where the light doesn't hit. And so, we're going to have some of that dark red, deep red. And so like that's sort of how I think about color. Is more it's a more of a logic type thing. It's more based on, how light might actually work with a few tweakings here and there. Um Obviously, this isn't super realistic, but let's take a look. Ooh, this is something. That is kind of creepy. Creepy intestines. The winding and curvature. Yeah, that's very interesting. I like it. Very nice, Joe the Wizardy. That's cool. Very creepy and weird. Definitely strange. I'm not really sure what I'm looking at, but I like it. I mean, I like it. It's neat. It's ink and colored pencil on toned paper. Yeah, it's nice. Another thing that I like to do is just like when painting environments, trying to add a variety. This is something I'm trying to do more of. Add a variety of shapes and textures and colors for a thing. Most environments are not a monoculture. Most environments have lots of stuff going on. There's sticks and twigs and dirt. Not everything is just perfectly grassy. You have little patches of different colors and dirty stuff and right. You have all these different things. It's much more varied than purely like one shape and one plant. So that's something that I try to think about and just like playing around with things. I don't really know what these tendril thingies are, but they're kind of fun to paint. And then as they work their way up here, maybe there's less of them. Then we can carve out some of these fun shapes up here. Maybe there's some stuff hanging down from these trees. That could be fun too. I know I talked about this before, but sometimes I do this habit of where I keep on making things hang down. This is a little different though, I feel like, because this, I don't know, maybe it's not. Making vines hang down in trees is definitely like a habit of mine. I talked about this last time. It's easy to always make hanging down vines. I'm doing it this time though because I think it fits, but sometimes it doesn't. I think yeah, last time I did like a foresty scene like this, I did not do hanging down vines. It's easy to make all your environments look the same. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Hope everyone's doing well today. Thank you all for being here. I'm sure some of you have come in with the raids, so if this is the first time being here, thank you. Hope your days are all going well. And as always, if anybody ever wants to share any art, feel free to drop a link to your art. It doesn't have to be in my Discord, although you are welcome to join my Discord. !Discord is the link. But yeah, always curious what people are working on. But yeah, I think the hardest part of of painting just for me, or maybe not the hardest part, the most like unintuitive part, because you always see questions like how do you pick colors or how do you do this thing, and so much of for me is like it's if I were to watch a video on someone doing a thing and then I try to do it myself, I always have the problem where I just don't understand the like when to do it, right? It's sort of like you can watch a video on perspective and you can be taught here, let's not save that. File open. Here, let me show you. So like you, for example, if you watch a video or you watch an artist say like, yeah, you put a point, you make your lines converge to your point, and then you can draw a square, and then you draw upward and you make these lines converge, and like here's a square, right? In perspective. And you're like, great. Now, when you go off and you try to make your own square or you want to draw your own drawing, right? And then you see the artist do a whole bunch of other ones, they're like this, they're a little bit rotated. It's like, okay, well, first of all, they didn't cover that. But not only that, then you go to do it on your own, and you're like, well, hold on. Where do I place the horizon line? Why does it have to be here? Can't it be here or here? Or like why might I make it here? Like, I have to make a choice, and I'm not informed enough to know why I would do one choice over the other, right? What's the benefits of different spots? Or like, why might I put a box this way? If I'm gonna draw a house, sure, I could draw it this way, but like, couldn't I also draw it this way? So this would be like looking down on it. This would be looking up at it. And like, why how do you actually make those choices in your painting? Those to me are like the more interesting things. It's less about the how and more about the why. Um, I don't know. That to me is like the fun part of painting. Is you're trying to figure out like because there's a lot of little stuff. I don't know. You're doing well today is a stiller stream because today is a stiller stream. Oh, well, thanks. Thanks for being here. It is a good day. It's a good day to be painting. Every day is a good day to paint, as Bob Ross would say. Hmm. Something about this feels like there needs to be. I, I am okay. So when I look at this painting, I'm kind of feeling like we could do something fun. So, like, for example, if this was gone, we could put like a blue over here and like do like a store, like some sort of additional color. I guess we could still put some blues over there, some glowing blue lights or something. I don't know if I want to get super vibrant. But this side feels like it could be darker. Hydrate. Do I have any tea left? I have a little bit. Thank you for the hydrate command, Skittle. Hope you're doing well today. But yeah. Painting trees is definitely one of my comfy places. It's just nice to be able to paint trees, big shapes, spindly shapes, branches that like reach out like fingers and stuff, noodling along slowly. Nice. Yeah, trees are fun. But maybe we do some shapes in the trees. I'm loving the reds. Are you going for more fungal environments? I mean, yeah, this is kind of a fungal looking environment. I don't know if I'm going for more of them like a lot, but yeah. We could definitely put a little bit, at least a little bit. So one of the things I want to do with this one is put more objects that are of different colors that feel like a different biome kind of. And so yeah, maybe a fungal environment where you have some bioluminescent stuff in the ground. Um, you know, maybe some shapes that are a little bit more like yeah, fungal in nature where they're kind of creeping, like you kind of have like a like tendrils sort of moving. I feel like that kind of thing feels more like it feels more fungal, right? And so putting those shapes together with the colors that make it look like fungus, I think just work well. So yeah, so I'm trying to make shapes that fit, right? So the colors hopefully fit. Also, maybe there's some like this almost like putrid green, right? The green's a little bit more toxic looking than like a normal green, right? Like it's not super realistic. And I think that kind of adds to the fungal look a little bit, where you sort of get this poisonous almost vibe. Things are just a little bit different looking, you know? And maybe there's vines wrapped around this, almost like things are being constricted. So you get some. I mean, maybe that's too much. I don't know. Some of these vines or things are sort of going around these forms. Something like that. Kind of fun. And maybe there's like an animal in here. And maybe the animal. Ooh, I got an idea. So one of the shapes, like these fungals things, right? These shapes, to me, I don't know about you guys, but they kind of, if I were just to, why can't I paint here? Okay. So I don't know about you, but if I were to go like this, say, like that, it kind of starts to look like antlers, right? Like these are kind of antler shapes. So what if, and again, this is very like, isn't that from like Princess Mononoke, where the ant is it fungal? I don't know, but the antlers on like a deer could totally be mimicking this red fungal thing. You could have like a fungal creature. So what if here? Let me just Google a deer because I don't know what animals look like. So, um, elk. Let me Google an elk images so I can find a nice silhouette of an elk. Um, I mean, it doesn't have to be perfect. Let's see. I guess we could sketch it first, figure out where we want it. Probably over here. I mean, if we put it over here, actually, that's not bad either. I'm trying to think. Let's just draw a random shape. This is gonna look like a moose, probably, or nothing. It'll probably look like nothing. Okay, new layer. I'm just gonna make it dark, make it black. So if we had like a creature here, I mean, I think if we went like this with the, I mean, we could also do like an original creature design, I guess. And then these could be like fungal things. The only issue with this is we can't see the head, so I think I want the head to come down this way. Princess Mononoke. Well, isn't there the forest spirit? I can't remember. Does it have fungal horn? Let me Google it. I don't remember if it had like glowing mushroom things. Forest spirit, Princess Mononoke. Okay, no, yeah, it had the thingies on it. Yeah, it totally had the thingies on it. The little tendrils. Its antlers were very much glowing, or not glowing, but like they were rounded. They were more bulbous. But yeah. Anyway, so this is kind of like sometimes I'll just sketch something and I'll try to figure out where do I want it. I think here is a good spot. Right on the thirds, kind of approaching the middle of the page. You have some of these things leading in. I think that's a good spot. Also, this lighting could be fun if we ever want to do some lighting on it. But now I'm gonna find an image of an elk. Now, do we want? This is something that I always struggle with. Do we want it to be facing us or facing away? Right here, let me open up a separate pure ref. Sorry, one moment. Just grabbing some references. Why isn't pure ref doing anything? Pure ref. Okay, one moment. I might my hopefully my screen won't go black, but it might. Is my screen black? I think it is. It's spooky. Spooky, spooky. There we go. Sorry. I was opening up PureRef. I don't know why, but it was not working. But it is now. Now it's working. So what I wanted to show you guys is like an image like this. So I don't know if I want an image like this where it's looking at us. I think that makes it connect with the viewer a little more. Alternatively, we could, because see, most elk pictures are like the elk is looking towards the viewer, because like that's how photography works, right? Um, I don't think that's as interesting as it almost is it like looking away from us. But I will say the silhouette is stronger when you have like the side view. So that might be a way to do it. Elk looking away. Something like this where we can have the elk, like we can still have part of its face poking out so you can still see the silhouette. Darkness. Yeah, it was dark. Is it still dark? No. I think this is kind of the vibe that I'm going for. Right? It's very very large. Just an elk butt right in the center of the screen. Um Something like that. I don't know, maybe something like that. Doesn't have to be. But a little bit off the side. I'm just drawing the exact thing in the reference. I'll figure out the the antlers here in a moment. The antlers are gonna be I'm gonna change them. I'm gonna make them like fungal probably. I don't know. I might change that a little bit. I'm just trying to figure out how I might want to do this. There's the elk. Just trying to get the shapes. The only thing I don't like here is that we can't see the feet. So this is where another image could come in handy. Just trying to get the shapes down. I don't know how elks look. This is me trying to figure it out. Got this elk. This is the one that we use the reference for, but that doesn't look right. That doesn't look right at all. That's terrifying. This is what happens when you mishmash references and don't understand the forms. This is where we need Casey Snow. She can solve our problems. Because she's good at anatomy. She's good at animal anatomy. Okay, we got this. We've got some big bellied thing. We've got the animal here. And then the legs. Then the back side. I don't know. That doesn't look good. We could just make it. I feel like the animals have definitely no. I mean, I think just being better. Just it's just a skill issue. I just gotta get good. That's learning about animal anatomy and that kind of thing. I don't even know if I like this right there. I don't know. Gotta think about it. I do kind of wonder if looking towards this would look better. Let's try that. So sorry with this whole thing in the screen. All right, let's stick an animal right in here. Um, I realize the perspective is not the same, right? And that's okay because silhouette wise should still more or less work. I mean, not really, but kinda. You have kind of a big shape on the head. You have this gesture. Um, Kind of something like that, maybe. And then we get the big booty, the animal butt right in our face. Happens a lot, I feel like, with animals, like cats especially. There we go. That's a thing. That's a very weird looking animal, but that's better. That okay, I do like it looking towards us. I think already that's better. It's obviously very dark and it doesn't need to be that way, but I think it's better because one, we can have these things. The tendrils or the ears are a nice silhouette. These antlers will be really easy to go like bright red. Also, because this is gonna be like a different colored thing, we can put like red like paint or something on this animal, and so we can have like patterns and designs. So that'll work. We can also go like this and kind of do like some gesture work almost. Like here's the shoulder blade of the animal. Kind of bring that down. This is very wonky looking. That's okay. Trying to do a little bit of like this green was just gonna be the Wait, what is happening here with this ant leg? It's a weird. I don't understand what's happening with this leg. That makes no sense to me. Is this AI? No, I don't think so. I think it's just like the stripes are all confusing. I don't know what's going on there. But I'm not gonna replicate that aspect because it just doesn't look good. I'm gonna focus more on the silhouette. That'll work. And then something here. Here. There we go. Uh-oh. Yeah, I don't think it's AI, but it could be. Again, I'm not trying. Luckily, I'm not rendering enough to like. I don't, you know, I don't care too much about the precision of stuff at the moment. Um, it's more just like I'm not even really exactly following it, which is it's pretty close. You can see. Can you see yeah, you can see the reference on the screen. So I am following it pretty close, but I'm more just trying to sketch in some landmarks that I can play around with like color and shape, or get some shapes and stuff, and that way I can play with color and you know. But like I'm kind of changing the perspective and stuff a little bit, just a little bit. I feel like this could be a little bit of I don't quite know how feet of animals work, but this is where covering them up with random foliage could work. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Okay, now let's figure out what the heck, where the mouth goes. Something like this. Little nose here. That. And then we have the eyes on the side. A lot of, isn't that like a prey animal thing? Very often, the eyes on the side. Kind of see your surroundings a little better. There. I kind of like that. And this animal might be a little bit like fungal. Okay, we can get, I think we can do away with the reference now. We can just make it up as we go. So now we can bring in like some of the red, maybe with the ears. We also could have some like backlight, so maybe some subsurface scattering. I do think the shadow works really well here in the reference image. Um, so that maybe we can show some of the lighting, like of the trees or the dappled lighting, because we're gonna have bounce light, right? So we can get some browns, some greens, some different colors in here. Maybe bring in some shadows down here. Also, if this animal is standing in the light, we could also bring some light down below its legs to help show its silhouette. Although I'm not sure I want to do that because I don't know how to draw animal feet. So it might just be good to hide them. It's like when you have characters and you don't want to draw their hands, just stick them in their pockets or put oven mitts on them. That way every character is cooking stuff with oven mitts, or has their hands in their pockets. That's just how you do it. That's my secret tip for drawing people. Put hands in pockets. No, don't do that. Do not listen to me. When in doubt, cover. Yeah, yeah, yeah. When in doubt, just don't draw the thing, right? Can't draw faces? Put a mask. Can't draw environments? Just draw characters. No, do the opposite, actually. The real advice is do the opposite. Can't draw hands? Draw more hands. Um, can't draw environments? Draw more environments. Don't not draw them. Don't avoid the hard stuff. Lean into it. Oh, there's Pirates of the Caribbean soundtrack. Yeah, this is a creepy looking animal, but that's okay. Um, I'm okay with a little bit of creepiness. Hey, John the Fine Painter, how's it going? Hope you're doing well today. Okay, I'm gonna use a lasso tool here. And I'm also gonna go very chunky. Oh, actually, I'm just gonna skip over this. Left inverse. I like the lighting. Thanks. I'm actually gonna soften this a little bit, just right in here. Just, oh, not that. Probably should have cut that out a little bit. There. Now we can come in here, play around with the elk. Yeah, I like the lighting. The lighting's fun. Some of this is maybe a little too bright. I could probably go a little darker in the foreground. Um, and do like a... I guess we can have a little bit of light here and there. You know, some shadows coming down this way. You know, because it is mostly backlit, right? But or not backlit. Yeah, it's mostly backlit, but we can still have some light, poking in through here because we do, right? Something like that. Yeah, here's the legs being covered by foliage. Again, not sure if that's a good idea. Probably isn't. Okay, so here's some stuff. Lines, plant, plants. Maybe some stuff back here that's less obvious. And then I'm coming in here with like a smaller brush, and I'm just gonna make some shapes that are, I don't know, more interesting. Because a lot of times when I'm starting, I'm using these big chunky brushes like this, where you have these big shapes that are not very well defined. And then I'm gonna come in and just like, carve them out, make them more interesting shapes. Also, John Define Painter, how have you been? Hope you've been well. I feel like it's been a while. Also, things like this where I can actually come in the underneath these and figure out where are the undersides of these plants or of these trees. This is another choice I could make. Is like maybe I put some light right back here. Right? So I'm basically, this is something I do a lot where I had a tree that went this way. Like if we were to draw a through line of the tree, it might come this way. But like what if I made the tree go this way instead? And so now I'm just allowed to put a little bit of light over here, put a little bit of light over here, right? And I'm bringing in like a little shape this way right behind the animal to add that contrast. Right? Because I you get to be in charge of the lighting. That's one of the nice things about doing your own art and sort of art directing your own work rather than just like painting what's directly in a photo. Is like, oh, you want the lighting to change? Well, then change it. You get to really you get to carve out those stories and those or the you know the nuance of what you're drawing. You get full control over that. You want this silhouette to read more, then make it read more. You want these silhouettes to read less, make it read less by darkening everything around it, blurring it, softening it. It doesn't have to be uh super crisp all the time. Some more lines over here. For example, like here I have some of these blue lines back here. I'm kind of getting rid of them by just coming in here with some of that dark green. Because why do I have the bright blue right behind the red? That doesn't make sense. Some of that green back here. Just very, very light. Not much. I'm just making a line, basically, of green to show further back, like one extra layer. And I'm using that line. It's not a real line. I'm just making dots. But these dots are just to show that they are the same plants, but just further back. So that's creating, instead of a line here, like in this plant line, I'm just making another one back here. That's one of those things where sometimes just to add depth, you can add little dots of detail, and the detail can help show depth. Now I'm also coming in and making some of these scales smaller. So like these little tendril thingies, I'm just making a little bit tinier. Because this is kind of the focal point. Even though the moose or whatever, the elk is sort of entirely in shadow. And then let's see, secondary focal points. Obviously, this stuff up here, right? These little thingies. So maybe I could make them a little more polished. What else could we do? We could do some of these glowy greens. Maybe there's some greenery up here, like just on this edge. Because I kind of want to split this, separate this edge, right? We have this top of the log. You can't really see it back here. So I could make the log darker. But I could also make the background lighter and the log darker. I could also make the background darker and the log lighter, which is kind of what I'm leaning towards. And I'm only leaning towards that option because we have everything as this dark silhouette against light. So I want some dark against light, but I also maybe want some light against dark. So maybe this stuff is a little bit lighter up here. Some extra little plants growing here. Variety is the name of the game. I like variety in my paintings. You know, that way it's different colors, different shapes, different things. Not everything is shown the same way. You know, if you have one character running, maybe another one's walking, or maybe one's sitting, or maybe that one, you know, some stuff is, you know, circle shapes and plants, and maybe another one is triangular plants, or stuff like that. Different varieties, different ways of showing the same thing, especially when you have repetition, right? If you're going to have 100 branches in your painting, maybe some of them are twisting and maybe some of them are, you know, going into the canvas this way, and maybe some are going up and down. You know, like these trees are going up and down and there's kind of side view, but then these are going, you know, towards us. And so you have sort of that variety. You know, some are going this way, some are going this way, some are going this way, some are going that way, right? And so there's sort of a variety of shapes and that stuff. I don't know. I like that. Okay. But now, I think I'm about ready to end the stream. So thank you guys for being here. I appreciate it. I may actually continue this one at some point, maybe next stream. I'm quite liking it. I don't know if we will. Maybe I'll work on it off stream and just upload it to Instagram or something. I quite like it. I think it's nice. It might be missing a little bit of softness, like in the background, or like where that light could come through, like some atmosphere. Could probably do more atmospheric perspective. Especially if we want to do like a little bit of mist. Make it a little bit more mysterious, which kind of makes sense if you have like a fungal, you know, you get some like spores and stuff in the air. I try to think of that stuff when I'm painting a little bit. Like, what is the environment like, and how is that going to affect the lighting? You know, are you going to have a thick fog? Does that make sense for the environment? I think when I started, I always just did a ton of like atmosphere, no matter what. Every painting would be a foggy painting, which is actually what I recommend. By the way, if you ever want to get into environments and you've never done environments before, start out with foggy forests. Just basically dark foreground and light background. And here I can show you in like 30 seconds. So if you ever want to start environments, start with just a dark foreground. Do like 4 layers. Go from dark to light. You know, you can separate your layers into like big in the foreground and smaller as you go further back, or whatever. It doesn't really matter where you put your horizon line. But you basically want to space these things kind of evenly, and maybe fatter like this, right? Wider here, each layer. But basically do 2 or 3 layers, foreground, midground, background. If you really wanted, you could even make a perfect gradient and just make it smooth. I would recommend at the very least you want to have stair steps. You know, you want to have distinct steps. But you could do something like that too. And then basically you just take the color that's, not the brightest color, and you can just pull directly up. Make some small brush strokes. You take that same color, you can do full opacity, make some very small, thin, uh, sticks or twigs or trees. They could be different shapes of trees, right? You could do different things. And then as you get closer, right? So now if I take the next darkness, this is going to be a little bit darker and they're going to be a little bit bigger. And then if I take the next layer, right? This is going to be a little bit bigger. These are a little bit bigger because they're they're closer. And same thing up here, right? If I want some trees up here, suddenly you're drawing a foggy forest, Maybe some branches are hanging down in the foreground. Obviously I'm doing some shape design stuff, and I'm making choices based on things I've done before. But maybe we have a big tree right here, or a couple of trees, you know. And if you wanted, you could do another layer too. Maybe there's some stuff in the foreground. Some of these layers, right? So this kind of scene is a scene that anyone can do. It's extremely simple. You literally make a gradient from light to dark, and your dark layers are in the front, and it's just a foggy scene, right? If you wanted, some of these scenes could, you could turn this midground into a house, right? There's a little house in there now. Maybe there's a couple houses. There's one back here now. Instead of trees, they're houses. Maybe you make some rock. It's almost like a paper cutout, right? There's some rocks in here. Another rock here. Maybe another rock here. And here and here. Right? So this kind of thing is very simple to do. Doesn't always look amazing. You can definitely mess it up, but it's a good practice to work on values. So yeah, foggy forest. That's what I mean when I say it. That's just basically the same thing as this, right? Same darkness here, and it gets lighter and lighter. So we have another layer here, another layer here, and then the background layer, right? And then you just have the things coming out of the layers are, they get darker and darker as they get more forward. So same setup here, just with color. Dude, I wish I was as cool as this streamer. Me too. How are you, Nadaski? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing good. Hope your day is good and great. No, I don't think I'm cool. But that's okay. That's not what I'm trying to be. Do you basically start with background, midground, foreground when you or do you jump around based on what you focus is? So when I'm actually painting, yeah, I jump around. But there's still, I always think of like the way that I paint much more like juggling, right? My focus is shifting between the random things that I'm tossing in the air, but the things that I'm tossing in the air are still the fundamentals of, again, I have foreground, midground, background, right? That's one of the things I do pay attention to. I certainly pay attention to my values, right? If I make my screen black and white, can I still tell what it is I'm painting? Right? I pay attention to shapes and shape design. I pay attention to colors and sort of mood, right? There's all these different things. So yeah, I jump around. It's not always foreground, midground, background. Generally, because not every painting has a clear foreground, midground, background, right? Like it certainly would be nice, but sometimes, like for example, this painting, right? Technically, I have the foreground, right? We'll just make it dark. And then I have this shape, which is the trees, right? The tree shapes. We'll call that the midground. Oh, we'll do this layer, right? The midground, and then we have the background, right? We have everything else. So yeah, this image is pretty much foreground, midground, background. But sometimes I don't even think about it like that, right? Like in this case, I was actually thinking of this as like both the foreground and the midground. And so there wasn't a lot of shape in here. Like it wasn't this clear line, right? So if I were to add another layer in here, there wasn't a clear line um like this, right? It was more of this type of perspective, right? It was more linear perspective than like overlapping shapes. So sometimes you just don't have that many clear overlapping shapes, right? Or like a painting like this. I don't know if I ever thought about foreground, midground, background here. Um, I guess I have habits to like help solidify that. Yeah, I mean, I think the easiest way is if you have clear silhouettes, it definitely becomes easier. But again, not every painting is that, right? I mean, I always just think of these as tools, and like in theory, a good environment is will have these four things, right? You will have overlap, which is again foreground, midground, background, right? You have all those things, right? Overlapping shapes, um, and technically you don't have to have, you can have overlapping shapes in the midground. You can have overlapping shapes in every stage, right? You could have some shapes here and another shape here within the same plane, right? You could do that. But obviously in the foreground, midground, background, that would help too, where you have like, you know, this house overlaps these shapes. So you have shapes popping up out of here, right? That would help. Um, right? Like if I had a tree sticking up here and it's clearly lighter, it's pretty obvious that this house is in front of it, right? So stuff like that. Overlap is one, but that's only one way. Then you have like literally linear perspective, or just let's just call it scale, right? I think this is probably the bigger one in a way, because this works whether or not you have a flat field, right? You could literally have a flat plane, right? So maybe instead of a foreground, this thing is just a perfectly smooth gradient, right? I'm not going to make a perfectly smooth gradient because I'm bad, right? But imagine this is a perfectly smooth gradient. Well, you don't really get foreground, midground, background, right? Like, I mean, you could if you wanted to introduce hills, right? You could add like a hill in here. But what if it's not? What if it's just a perfectly flat field, right? How do you paint that? Well, that's where like having converging lines helps, or just put things of different scales. Put one here and then another one here and another one here. Right now, it doesn't matter if you have overlap because you have scale and you can tell that these are all different. They're getting further away. So sometimes you use like a combination, right? And then you use values, which is like atmospheric perspective, right? Atmosphere. Ignore my bad handwriting, right? And I use that one in here, right? So I just used both atmosphere and scale, but no overlapping shapes. Did I finish? No, I haven't finished. I'm still just painting. I never finish paintings. I just paint until the stream is done, and then we call it good. Snowfalls on the sun. Hope you're doing well. Mon says, I've been doing what you do recently. I noticed it helps when I start with the background and build on top of it, but sometimes I'm not thinking of background elements, and I would rather start with midground. Yeah, you can. You can start with foreground or midground. I think so long as you can do this, right, and you can split your scene up, you can start backwards. So for example, there will be lots of times I'll have a blank canvas. Also, thank you, Casey. There will be lots of times I'll have a blank canvas and I'll just start with like the midground and I'll be like, you know what, let's paint a tree. And I'll be like, okay, here's a tree. And I'll be like, what if this tree looked like this? Right? And I'll be like, oh, well, I need something in the background. Okay, let's add a lighter color, you know, maybe something like that. And let's, and so I started with the foreground, or maybe I make this foreground into the midground by adding another shape in front, right? So you can, once you have this sort of this structure, right? This value structure thing down. And again, this isn't the only one. Okay? And I think the benefit of starting like this is that you don't you can actually do it differently. So imagine instead I say this is the foreground. But now what if I knew that this was going to be like a bright white tree, right? Maybe not bright white, but maybe like a lighter color tree. Maybe I say, "You know what? Let's make the background a little darker. Maybe it's a nighttime scene, right? And this tree is actually in the light. So I'm gonna make it this background is gonna be a little darker. And this is something you can do because not everything is atmospheric perspective, right? Maybe this is even darker still. Maybe we put like a layer in here where like there's another layer back here that's a little darker or something. And yeah, maybe there's like a spotlight on this tree. You know, maybe it's like where deep underwater and there's just this little spotlight that's shining right at the thing we're looking at. Right? That could work too. You can have dark backgrounds. Not everything has to be this. The main thing is that if you're going to have these overlapping shapes, you need to be able to see, like, for example, I'm going to put a shape here. It needs to be able to be readable against the background. Whether or not that background is lighter or darker is kind of irrelevant. Obviously, atmospheric perspective is a thing, and that happens whether or not, you know, like back here, my very background layer actually is not the darkest, but you could have it the darkest. So yeah, no, I think once you become like sort of a little bit proficient in multiple sort of value structures, you can kind of seamlessly move. You can sort of start painting anywhere because you already sort of can tell whether or not you're going to make it darker, lighter, how dark. You know, if you know you want your scene to be mostly dark with a little bit of light, you know, you can make it darker, lighter. You know, you can focus mostly on the foreground. Maybe there's a, you know, some characters here holding. Maybe the characters are literally ghosts and they're made out of light or something, and so you have little ghosty characters floating around. But like you just like juggling, right? It's like which ball do I have to do I have to throw this the red ball, then the green ball, then the blue ball? No, you can throw any of them first. But just know which ones you have, right? Like you need to be aware of like, oh, I'm painting very light. I'm gonna probably want to add some darkness to my painting, right? Um, you're unironically a really good teacher. Thanks. I appreciate it. So yeah, I don't think it matters where you start. I think if you're totally a beginner, it's good to probably start in like background or I mean honestly, I would just say start with the gradient. Just don't start in the background or the foreground or the midground, just do them all. Right? Literally just add the gradient. Just put it in there, get it out of the way. Um, you know, and then you can start painting, you know, if you get this in there, then you can start painting in the sky. Say you just want to paint clouds all day, right? Just paint clouds. The reason I recommend getting these values in here first though is because these are when I say value structure, I basically mean like if you're gonna paint flowers in here, right, in this area in the dark spot, you're not gonna take yellow, right, and just start plopping them in here. That looks like light, right? If the we have decided based on this value, this is why I always say foggy forest. This we've decided that this is all in shadow. You could make a value structure that looks like this, and now if you wanted flowers in here, right, you could put bright flowers in here, right? You could take like these flowers and put them in here. You know, some of them might poke through here, but like right along the edge. But mostly this big foreground area, once you've decided that this is a dark shape, which is what we've done, once we've decided that this is our value structure, right? Anything that's going to be in here is kind of going to be in the range of from pure black to this color, right? It's going to be somewhere mixed between these. You can have brighter colors in here, right? If you want to put some bright flowers in here, go for it. But notice that even these flowers are still much darker than this, right? This is the same value, right? this is a lighter value. So you can play, and the same with colors, right? So if you're gonna paint with colors in here in the foreground, you can play around with lots of colors, but value wise, right? You the values of the things you're painting with are kind of being contained within this little area, right? Same with the sky. If you want to paint a sky, go crazy with the colors, right? You want to put some purple in your sky, put some purple in your sky, right? Yeah, put some purple, put some grays, do whatever you want. Just don't put dark purples in your skies. Don't put super bright blues in your foregrounds, or that's going to ruin your value structure. That's going to make it look muddy. That's going to make it look confusing. It's going to break up that structure, and you're not going to know what you're working with. There are tricks around it. There are ways to get around it, like adding like a bright line along the breaks so that you can get away with adding darker shapes up here, because you've kind of created like this little optical illusion where like you can get some darker colors in here, and that's fine. You can do stuff like that, but mostly you want to, you can have some value range. You can have some darks in here, but the darks that you do have up here should not be, right? Again, they might feel dark up here, right? Relative to the sky, this feels pretty dark, but it's still relegated to that bright area, right? It's even lighter than this over here. It's certainly lighter than all of this, right? So these colors, even the darkest colors in my sky, are going to be lighter than all the other. I mean, okay, it's not here because I fudged it, but they should be lighter than all these, right? And same here. Your dark colors up here should be lighter or darker than all the others. Even your light colors down here are going to be darker than all the others, right? That's what gives you that nice foreground, midground, background, right? So like if I paint a bunch of tall grass, it doesn't matter if the grass is the bright green grass or dark grass. It should match. Yeah, basically it's there's a range, right? So imagine this. Yeah, exactly. It's matching the value. So like this, but I mean, it's not perfectly, right? You can still have variance. So this is not pure black. It could be, but imagine this is pure black, and this is pretty dark as well, right? There's a lot of range. There's a lot of values between. If you look down here at the color picker, can you see that? I don't know. Right? There's a lot of range between these two values, right? It's jumping from here to here. That means anything between these two spots, I can put down here, right? Because this is still darker. And that means that's gonna these values are reserved for like, if I had like a white t-shirt. So this is all in the shade, right? Imagine this is all shadow. My entire painting, even this is shadow, right? Back here is shadow, back here is shadow. My whole painting is in shadow. There's no sunlight right now. In this dark shadow in the foreground, if I want like a black t-shirt, right here, let's do this. Let's say there's a black rock on the ground, right? The black rock might be very dark, right? But if I had the same black rock back here, that would just be the same color, right? It would also be, it might look like that or something, right? Like, so what I like to do, I like to think of the darkest color is the black. So it's almost like you're painting an entire scene in black. You can lighten it up, of course, but what I typically do is I start very dark, and then I actually paint the negative space. So if I want to say there's black rocks, I will paint everything a little bit lighter, and then what's left is the dark rock. So these would be like black rocks. If I wanted a white rock in here, well, I can go any value up until this, right? Once I get in here, that's looking like sunlight, right? This is going to look like light. But if I go a little bit darker, like this, or a little bit lighter, I'm still darker than this stuff. But this could be like a white rock, right? These are all in shade. So once I start getting to that next level of like that distance back and that, that atmosphere, so I could have a black rock here and a white rock here, and all of this can exist within this value range. But then in here, the same thing is true. This is my dark color. If I want to go a little lighter, I can, right? These are my white rocks. My black rocks are the other things, right? So I'm lightening it up. Now I have some dark stuff in here, and I have some light stuff in here. And you can get some different value ranges, right? This is still way brighter than all that, so you can get some dark stuff in there. You can get some shadows, right? You're gonna get your occluded shadows. You're gonna get all your different stuff. You're gonna have different colors. Um, you're gonna have different lightnesses, different darknesses. All in the details are gonna be in here, but you're still not getting darker, or you're still not getting as bright as this. This stuff's too bright, right? And of course, that's not taking into account sunlight, right? If you were doing sunlight, you ideally would relegate this stuff to light, and so anything in here is going to be very bright and blown out, right? So, but sunlight's a little different. But in terms of just like general atmospheric perspective, you can just treat it as everything's in shadow, and don't worry about light for now. Light is like you will figure it out later. That's part lesson 2, right? Yeah, and so you just are basically keeping things in their little value groups. And of course you can break them later. It's not a hard rule. It's not a rule, but it keeps it nice and tidy. And I try to do that like in this one, right? This stuff back here is probably lighter than most of this stuff up here. Right? And most of this stuff up here, which is obviously darker than this, is still lighter than this stuff, right? Not all of it, right? There are some. I do have little patches of light. And sometimes I will intentionally put additional patches of light back here to like help carve things out, or maybe there's a nice shadow of this tree that comes down here, and so I want to put light everywhere that the tree shadow isn't, so that I can sort of show where the light's falling. But yeah, no, I enjoyed this painting. It's nice. Little elk in the forest, or elk with weird antlers. But yeah, I appreciate everybody being here. By the way, I know I've said it a couple times, but it really is very nice of you to hang out. But we are gonna end the stream. We're gonna raid somebody. Well, Manga Pro said was going through my discords and saw some of your thumbnails. I thought, hey, I need to catch another Stiller stream. I really enjoyed doing lots of thumbnails. Uh, wait, sorry, I'm my chat's all wonky. I really enjoy your focus on doing lots of thumbnail studies before moving on to more detailed image. Yeah, I like doing the little thumbnail sketches. I think it's fun to just. I mean, there's just a lot of things to practice. To me, it's a little bit like doing, like, I don't know, basketball practice. It's like, yeah, I like shooting the hoops. I like doing the dribblings and trying to do different techniques, and to me, thumbnailing is just an opportunity to like focus on certain things at a time. It doesn't have to be a full painting or a full game, right? You're sort of you're doing little mini sketches where your focus can be whatever you want it to be. It can be a compositional thing, it could be a design thing, it could be a color stuff, it could be whatever, right? A lot of thumbnails are focused on composition, but sometimes they're color, right? Sometimes they're just little color sketches. I do that a lot. So yeah, I really enjoy thumbnails. They're very they're fun. I feel like when people say, enjoy the process of painting, and it shouldn't just be about the end result. To me, I think thumbnails are the most like pure form of that example. Like I just like thumbnailing. I like the little bite-sized explorations. They don't have to be these big grandiose paintings. I can just paint for a couple hours and be good with it. I can, it makes me happy. Next stream's Thursday. Yep, next stream is on Thursday. Anybody online that we can raid? I'm sure there's somebody. Snowfalls on the Sun, thank you for being here. All right, let's go. Let's go to Chlor. Chlor is great. If you guys don't know Chlor, she does. Thank you for the stream. Yeah, thanks, Casey. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Yeah, Chlor's good. Chlor does environments. Void Brush playing Peak. We've got some other people in line, but I think Chlor is a good one. I'll try to be on every stream if I can. You're the best. Oh, thanks. Well, I'm not the best, but I appreciate the kind words. Yeah. I'm here very punctually, so I will be here same time on Thursday, unless I'm sick or something. But nope, I think I'll be here. This is so lovely. It should be a print. No. Well, I'll have to think about it. I'm not quite sure what this face is doing. It's a little bit, it needs this face needs some help. It needs some rendering. But yeah, it could be a fun print. This could be a fun print. Joe is the best. Don't let him deny it. No, definitely not the best, but I try to be the best I can be. That's all I can do. Okay. But anyway, let's go to Chlor. We are gonna raid /raid KLOIRR. All right, thank you. See ya. I'm glad my stream did not lag too much today. My internet was good. That's probably because I wasn't dual streaming to YouTube. I will try to upload this to YouTube. I've been trying to upload all my streams, but obviously with my internet lagging, it doesn't work to dual stream. So we do have a raid call though. We got a good old raid call. Yeah, thanks for being here, Casey. Thank you for supporting the stream with your kindness. And everybody, of course. Manga Pro, Rowan the Roo, Snow Falls in the Sun, Beats. Hi, I don't know if I said hi, Beats. You've been missing out on the art gym. Oh, no worries. I'm sure Casey is okay with that. Yes, Casey has art gym. My YouTube link isn't in the links. Oh no. It's just JStiller30 on YouTube. It's same name. Same name. Nothing fancy. I'm the same person everywhere. Literally unchanged name. But yeah, let's go say hi to Chlor. See ya. I appreciate you all. You're all amazing.